Everyday life in ancient Greece. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Singing Contest, Part 2, Revised. After Harius finished singing, it was his opponent's turn to sing. The young man stared at him for a moment, said a few words to the host, raised his hands to signal the audience, and left the stage. The host said loudly, Aeschylus said that his singing is not as good as Harius's, and he voluntarily admits defeat in this round. The young man seemed to be a celebrity in Athens, with many fans, and there was a burst of surprised noise in the audience. Tonight's competition has never been seen before, and the winner is actually the 7-year-old child. The host exclaimed as he put the olive branch crown on Harius' head, and asked his father to come on stage to share his son's glory. After shouting 3 or 4 times, a handsome man in his 30s came on stage. Harius looked at the man with wide eyes. In fact, he didn't have any impression of this man. According to his mother, his father was very good to them when he was a child, but when he was more than 2 years old, something happened in the city-state, and his father separated from them. He also vaguely remembered that when he was a child, a tall man often held him and played, but after the accident, he only saw his father from a distance a few times. This was the first time he had been so close to his father. The host seemed to know Harius' father. After Harius walked onto the stage, the host said a little exaggeratedly, Callimachus, this nightingale is indeed your son. He has completely inherited his mother's singing voice. Even Aeschylus, the beloved of the muses, was defeated by him without a fight. Callimachus seemed to smile a little reluctantly. The host patted him on the shoulder and said, Callimachus, you are really enviable. 8 years ago, you married Alexia, who was of a prominent family, and whose singing could intoxicate the gods. All the young men in the city-state were jealous of you. Now your son is so young, and he can win such an honor for you at the Apatolia festival. You must have been kissed by the goddess of luck. His words were all praise, but it made Callimachus' smile a little difficult to hold up. The host seemed not to notice his expression, pointed to the prize placed beside him and continued, please take the prize. Your son has won a lot of wealth. Celebrate. Callimachus stepped forward and picked up the bronze tripod. According to custom, he should have put the sword on his son's waist, but he did not do so. He turned around and hurried off the stage. Harius hurriedly followed him. Their slaves came up and took the bronze sword and olive oil jar. Callimachus strode out of the theater. Harius trotted after him and said, Father, please wait a moment. We can't leave yet. We have to go thank my teacher. When they arrived at a secluded place where no one was around, Callimachus stopped abruptly, turned back and asked angrily, why do you like to show off so much? Even if I sent slaves to throw you until your mouth bled, it couldn't stop you from participating in this competition? Harius widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, Father, it was you who asked someone to push me that night. Why did you do that? Callimachus scolded, of course it was to stop you from embarrassing me. How many times have I told your mother to be more obedient, not to attract attention, and not to make trouble? Doesn't she love me? She can't even do this? That time, Harius' class was selecting winners in the temple, which alarmed many people, and Callimachus happened to be one of them. For some reason, Callimachus did not want his son to attract attention, so he sent a slave to follow him, and ordered the slave to injure his face, so that he would not be able to participate in the singing competition of the Apatolia festival. The slave did so, and came back to tell him that Harius' mouth was bleeding. Callimachus thought that Harius would definitely not be able to participate in the competition with such an injury, so he stopped paying attention to him. However, Harius' wound healed faster than anyone expected, and he still caught up with the competition and won the final championship at the age of 7, which was unprecedented. His expression and words made Harius confused and frightened. Why would my participation in the competition bring shame to you, father? I won the championship. Are you not happy, father? Callimachus sneered. Ha! Should I be happy? After a few years, people began to forget that I was the son-in-law of the tyrant Hippias. At this celebration, you emphasized it again to all Athenians. Is this your mother's idea? Because I married a new wife, she wants to retaliate against me and destroy me. Tell her it's useless. Today I have registered the name of my child with my new wife in the clan register, and the day after tomorrow I will register with my new wife in the marriage register. Tell your mother not to bother me anymore. My new wife is the daughter of Hippomenes, and her father can make me successful in the city-state. Harius looked at the man who was roaring at him with a hideous face in horror. His handsome face was distorted and looked terrible. Is this his father? Mother always said that their father loved them, but it seems not to be the case. Just when he was scared and at a loss, a voice said contemptuously, just like Hippias made you successful back then. Callimachus shouted, who is it? A figure walked out of the shadows. It was the middle-aged man who encouraged Harius to participate in the competition. Callimachus said warily, it's you, Milan. Milan said, it's me. The way you kowtowed in pursuit of Alexia and the way you were proud in front of others after becoming Hippias' son-in-law are still fresh in our minds. When Hippias was driven away, you immediately changed your face. It's really touching. Callimachus said shamefully, Milan, what does this have to do with you? Hippias has been dead for so many years, and you are still their family's loyal lackey? A hint of coldness flashed across Milan's face, and he said, no one changes their allegiance as quickly as you, Callimachus. Callimachus said sarcastically, it's a pity that no matter how loyal you are, what's the use? They still didn't take you with them when they left Athens. Hippias didn't even take his daughter with him. Milan said, I don't want to leave Athens, and so does Alexia. I left because my ancestors' family business is here, but Alexia did it for you. She chose the wrong person. It's really not worth it. Callimachus said with disgust, who wants to let that stupid woman stay? She made her own decision. If she had known better, she should have followed her father and left Athens. Milan said, so that you can make room for other dignitaries more easily, right? Your character is really disgusting. Harius was so sad that he couldn't listen to their conversation. He pulled Milan's clothes and said with tears in his eyes, Uncle Milan, I'm leaving. Then he ran towards the theater. His mother also came to watch the performance tonight and hadn't come out yet. Milan squinted his eyes and looked at his back and said, this boy's your son, it's a pity. In addition, don't wrongly Alexia, it was my idea to let Harius participate in the singing competition. Callimachus asked in shock and anger, why did you do this, Milan? Milan said, no reason. He has such talent. Are you going to let him hide in the gutter like a rat forever? Callimachus asked sharply, are you talking about him, or yourself, or you? It has been 5 years since Hippias was driven away, and people have almost forgotten him. Do you want to make a move? But why use my son to test? You feel so sorry for Harius, and you still treat him like this? Milan snorted coldly, in a few years, will you still remember that you have this son? He has such a wealthy father, but he can hardly afford to go to school. If I don't remind the Athenians, I'm afraid he won't even be able to keep his citizenship when he comes of age. I used him, but is there any harm in this use? Callimachus pointed at him angrily and turned away. Harius returned to the theater and ran to his mother's seat. Alexia wiped the tears from his face and said as if nothing had happened, you are back, Harius. Mom will accompany you to thank the teacher. Harius held back his tears and nodded. Alexia took his hand and went to find Thucydides. As they walked, she asked, why did you sing the hedgehog and the fox for the first song? I remember you said it was your classmate's song. Harius said, teacher Thucydides asked me to sing it. Harius sang the hedgehog and the fox at Thucydides' instruction. But it was definitely not for such a shallow reason, to earn a reputation for his music school. A foreigner opened a school in Athens. How could he be so short-sighted as to offend an important dignitary for such a trivial honor? The mother of Thesephis, Lady Denise, had hinted to him that her child should get a place in the Apatria festival singing competition. In fact, even if she didn't hint at it, Thuthus planned to do something to give this spot to Thesephis and win the favor of his parents. Yesterday afternoon, Harius showed up unexpectedly, and Thuthus didn't get rid of him with this little trick. Today, he called both him and Thesephis to school in the name of intensive training before the competition, intending to find another way to make him withdraw. Unexpectedly, a citizen with a great reputation in Athens accompanied Harius to the school and watched them practice. Thuthis couldn't play tricks in front of adults, so he tried to get Thesephus's servant to go home and tell him the news. Unexpectedly, the servant came back with the puzzling instruction to let Harius sing The Hedgehog and the Fox. Chapter 52 Singing Contest, Part 2. All the Athenians knew the name of Harius overnight. Not everyone watched the competition, but a 7-year-old child won the championship in a festival singing competition, which had never happened in Athens. People who watched the competition were intoxicated by his singing, and everyone went back and praised him for being worthy of the title. Those who did not watch the competition heard others' praises and imagined that his singing was even more beautiful, like a siren. People talked about this child. He can sing such a heavenly sound at the age of 7. Maybe in the future, someone in Athens will have an exclusive iron chair in Delphi. Delphi is the most important holy place in the Greek world. The ancient Greeks believed that it was the center of the world and the navel of the earth. When there were important matters in ancient Greek city-states, they would go to the temple of Apollo in Delphi to ask the gods. The temple of Apollo often held various festivals. If a singer could get the approval of the priestess of the temple of Apollo and get an exclusive iron chair in the temple, it would be absolutely the supreme honor. Some fans of Aeschylus also expressed different opinions. He sang well, but he sang other people's poems. The poems Aeschylus sang were all written by himself. People who liked Harius more retorted, "How do you know Harius can't write his own poems? I've never heard anyone sing the song The Hedgehog and the Fox. Maybe he wrote it himself." Fans of Aeschylus found this unreasonable. The child is only 7 years old. How could he write his own poems? He may not even recognize all the letters. People who like Harius put on a fan filter and insisted, "It's not impossible. The song is so interesting, with a hedgehog and a fox. Only a child can write such an interesting song." Some well-informed people couldn't listen anymore and interrupted mysteriously, "What? I know that song. It was written by Theseus specifically for Cleisthenes' grandson. It is said that his grandson will also participate in the children's solo competition of the Apatolia festival this year. I don't know how this song got into the hands of Hippias' grandson." Cleisthenes was the most famous person in Athens, and his family members were watched closely for their every move. The people who were arguing looked at each other in bewilderment. How is it possible? The Alcmaean family and the tyrant are mortal enemies. One person asked in confusion, "Have the Alcmaean family and the tyrant's people reconciled?" Everyone booed him. The sea can become land, and the land can become the sea, but the Alcmaean family and the tyrant cannot reconcile. So how could this song written for Cleisthenes' grandson be sung by Hippias' grandson? Everyone was confused. Some children who attended the string school of Xerxes could answer this question. It was Harius who stole it. That annoying little bastard also stole Thesephus's place in the competition twice. Although he does sing better, it's too annoying to steal someone else's song that his father specially asked someone to write for him. The children's words were just unintentional, but in the ears of the attentive adults, they were interpreted with many meanings. Hippias' grandson could even steal Cleisthenes' grandson's things. This cruel and suspicious tyrant has been driven away for 4 or 5 years, and there is still such a force in Athens? Question mark? Everyone was in doubt. The undercurrent in Athens was turbulent. Denice was very angry and asked her husband, "Why did you let our son suffer such a great injustice? What are you planning?" Dodges comforted his wife and said, "Don't be angry, Denice. You also heard the news from Theseus. Myron was watching him when the candidates were selected. If we force something, you know what the rumors in Athens will be like now. They will say that we are bullying the son of Alexia, the poor daughter of Hippias who was abandoned by her husband." Denice said angrily, "So what if they say that? Are we afraid of them? And even if you don't want that quota, why give Thesephus' song to others? Do you know how sad Thesephus is?" Dodges shook his head and said, "Denice, don't let maternal love blind your mind. Myron's actions must be that those who tend to be tyrants are beginning to feel lonely and are ready to test. If we don't suppress their arrogance from the beginning, we will be in great trouble in the future." Denice asked doubtfully, "Giving my son's song to others can hit them?" Dodge smiled confidently and said, "Of course there is more than that. You'll see." Denice knew that her husband always had many ideas. She was silent for a while, but she was still very angry. She hit his shoulder and said, "I don't care what you think. Do you have to make your son sad? Is this the only way you can do it?" George grabbed her hand and said, Denise, don't be like this. It's not a bad thing for boys to suffer some setbacks when they are young." The second day of the Apatoria festival was the youth registration day. There were many competitions in the city during the day, including wrestling, race walking, running, javelin, and tragedy performances. No matter how much people calculated behind the scenes, the whole city temporarily put aside their thoughts and reveled. Thusi sent slaves to call as many students as possible to the school and told them that they would not perform the original program for the chorus competition tomorrow, but replaced it with a new song and kept them in the school to practice. The students were confused by him, and the teachers were also confused. When he showed the lyrics of the new song, the teachers and older students were silent and exchanged glances. The lyrics of the new song were not long, but the content was really special. Some people asked their doubts directly. "Teacher, why did you change to this song?" They had practiced the song for a long time. It was long and beautiful, with several parts of question and answer, which could show their strength. Compared with that song, this song was very simple and could be learned in one day. But what did such a move mean? Thuxis did not explain, just said, "Just practice." Cerberus did not participate in the practice that day. It was a rare day of free time, so he went to the port area to see the paint brought by the new merchant ship. The slaves sent by Thuxis were not found. On the third day, the chorus competition officially began. Because he did not practice the new song, he watched from the stands with Harius, who was said to be sick after the solo competition and could not make a sound, so he did not participate in the new song practice. Harius's eyes were red and swollen like peaches, and his expression was dazed. Cerberus felt that he was not sick, but seemed to have suffered a great blow and looked like he was about to cry at any time. Cerberus was a little surprised that he was not happy at all after winning the solo competition, but he did not ask much. In the chorus competition, each school sang one song after another, and soon it was their turn. The students walked onto the stage. Cerberus found that Thucydides had rearranged the students for the new song, and the four brothers of Aptus stood at the front of the line. After the music ended, the students sang together, "I will also hide my sword in a bouquet of myrtle, like Harmodius and Aristogiton." They killed the tyrant and granted equal order to the Athenians. "Dearest Harmodius, you will never die. People say that your soul has returned to the island of happiness. There is swift-footed Achilles. There is brave Diomedes, the son of Tydeus. I will also hide my sword in a bouquet of myrtles, like Harmodius and Aristogiton, who killed the tyrant Hippilchus at the festival of the Athenians. Their fame will live forever in the world, dearest Harmodius and Aristogiton, because they killed the tyrant and gave the Athenians equal order." When Harius heard the lyrics clearly, his face turned pale. He stood up suddenly and ran out of the theater. Cerberus was unusually slow. As soon as he heard the lyrics, he knew that this was a political poem, but because he didn't like to listen to gossip, he didn't know the relationship between Harius and the tyrant, and didn't understand why Harius reacted so strongly. In addition, there was no adult male owner at home, and Gangula guarded the door very strictly. He hadn't heard of the rumor that had been circulating in the city in the past 2 days. Although the tyrant Hippias had been driven away for several years, his faction was still very powerful, and even the people of the Alcmaeon family were no match for them. So he didn't figure out why Zeus changed the original song to this poem. When the boys on the stage sang the song for the first time, people listened in awe. When they repeated it for the second time, some people were already humming along. When it was repeated for the third time, the song became a chorus of everyone in the theater. Chapter 53, Kill the Tyrant. The choral competition was over, and the winner was unexpected. It was not the school that sang the best, but the Thucydid school, which sang the simple round of Harmodius and Aristogiton. People agreed that they should be awarded the honor. When the whole theater sang the song, some people hurriedly left the theater with their heads down. The old Athenians could recognize that these people were all members of the tyrant's faction. Aristides also came to watch the competition, but he did not sit with Cerberus. After the competition, Cerberus went to find him and walked with him. As soon as Aristides saw him, he said, "Congratulations, your school has won another crown. The winner of the instrumental competition yesterday was also the Thucydid school. This Apatolia festival, their school was in the limelight." Cerberus asked, "Has anything happened in the city recently?" Aristides said, "Why do you ask?" Cerberus said, "The choral song that our school originally planned to participate in the competition was not this one. And the championship of their school was also unusual. The tyrant fell 4 or 5 years ago, and there was no need for Thucydides to suddenly change the repertoire he had practiced for a long time to this political poem against the tyrant. And the audience's response was too strong." Aristides looked at him with a little surprise, and said with a smile, "Cerberus, it seems that you don't pay much attention to your classmates. Don't you know that in the children's solo competition, one of your classmates stole the song of another classmate?" Cerberus didn't know Harius's life experience, and was a little confused. "Of course I know. But it can't be considered as stealing. It was arranged by Thucydides." Aristides was surprised to hear this. "What?" Looking back at the stage, Thucydides had not left yet, and was standing there with a smile, and talking to the organizer of the competition. He was thoughtful, and after a moment he frowned and said, "If that's the case, then someone deliberately spread the rumor in the city that Hippias's grandson bullied Cleisthenes' grandson, and the tyrants still have great power in Athens. I said that the rumor spread unusually fast. The harp school I found for you is not very good, and the foreigner thesis is not simple." Cerberus was also a little surprised at first. Is Harius the grandson of Hippias? Then he understood the intention of Theseus's various actions from the rumor. He first held Harius high to provoke everyone's disgust for him, and then followed the will of the people, and threw him to the ground, pleasing everyone and gaining both fame and fortune. Cerberus was disgusted with Theseus for a while. He never thought that the school was an ivory tower, but it was too mean to use all the students as chess pieces in his palm, especially Harius was only 7 years old. He didn't want to be played around with, so he said with a bit of an ugly face, "I want to drop out of the harp school." Aristides also didn't like Theseus, so he pondered for a moment and said, "Well, I think this foreigner is not interested in teaching students skills. I will find a new school for you." Cerberus said gratefully, "Thank you for troubling me, Aristides. You have helped me a lot." Aristides touched his head and said, "You're welcome. Cleisthenes helped me in this way before. If someone needs help in the future, I hope you can help him in this way." The two left the theater and went home. When they passed an intersection in front of the municipal square, Aristides stopped and pointed to a group of double male statues erected on the side of the road and said, "This is the statue of Harmodius and Aristogiton. The younger one is Harmodius and the older one is Aristogiton." Cerberus often passed by here, and had noticed this group of statues. This was erected here after the tyrant was driven away. At that time, Athens had not yet developed the brilliant sculpture art that it later developed. The sculptures of gods and human figures were relatively stylized. Generally, male statues were naked, standing, with their left foot forward, arms close to their bodies, hair in braids, and stiff expressions. This group of statues was different. Although their expressions were also stiff, the young man's hands were holding weapons high above his head, which was a rare dynamic shape. Cerberus always felt that this group of statues was very familiar, as if he had seen pictures of them somewhere in later generations, but he never remembered. He guessed that this group of sculpture should be very famous in later generations. At this time, Aristides said that it was understood that this should be the famous tyrant killer group of sculptures. Aristides stared at the statue and said, "In the theater, I heard some members of the parliament discussing that they would propose to the council to engrave the last part of the song on this group of statues. The song was well written, but the things that happened behind it were unpleasant." Cerberus suddenly became curious and said, "Can you tell me the story of Harmodius and Aristogiton, Aristides?" Although he was a mediocre historian in his previous life, he still knew about the tyrant killing incident that had a huge impact on Western history. After traveling for so long, he found that the views of contemporary people on things are often completely different from the evaluations of later generations, which is very interesting. He wanted to know what this matter was like in the eyes of Aristides, an ancient man. Aristides always wanted him to pay attention to public life, and he said happily, "Of course, Cerberus." Harmodius and Aristogiton were a couple. Cerberus interrupted him in surprise. What? Aristides was puzzled as to why he was surprised and repeated, they were a pair of lovers. The elder Aristogiton was the lover, and the younger Harmodius was the beloved. Their love was very loyal. Hippilchus, the younger brother of the tyrant Hippias, also fell in love with Harmodius, but failed to pursue him, and bore a grudge. Harmodius was born into a noble family. At the previous Panathenaic festival, 1. His sister was chosen as the basket girl. 2. Hippilchus bore a grudge against Harmodius, and tried to stop it. In a rage, Harmodius secretly joined forces with his friends, and planned to assassinate Hippias at the festival in revenge. On the day of the festival, they saw an accomplice on the Acropolis talking cordially with Hippias. Thinking that this person was an informer, they planned to take action before being arrested, so they went down the Acropolis, and took action before their friends could wait. At that time, Hippilchus was arranging the procession near Colsumo, 3, and was killed. Harmodius was killed by the gunman immediately, while Aristogiton was arrested and tortured for a long time before he died. After this incident, Hippias executed and exiled many people, in order to avenge his brother. From then on, his rule became cruel and people became suspicious. Before that, he was very gentle and politician-like, just like his father Pisistratus. People became increasingly unable to tolerate Hippias. Finally, after more than 4 years, with the help of the Spartans, they drove him and his family away and erected statues here to commemorate Harmodius and Aristogiton. Cerberus didn't know what to say for a moment. After a silence, he said, so, they didn't actually kill the tyrant, but only killed the tyrant's brother Hippilchus? Aristides said, yes. But they can be said to be the cause of the tyrant's expulsion, and it is also possible to say that they brought equal order to Athens. Cerberus. Isn't this too much of a stretch? Chapter 54 Dropping Out of School, Part 1. Cerberus didn't know how to comment on this incident, which was essentially a personal dispute. Aristides seemed to know what he was thinking, looked down at his eyes and said, don't you think they should be given such a high honor, Cerberus? You don't know how much the Athenians paid for this. After Hippilchus was killed, Hippias executed dozens of citizens and young people to avenge him, and exiled more than a dozen prominent families. Several ancient surnames were interrupted because of this. Did so many people have to pay such a heavy price for Hippilchus' death? If Hippias was not a tyrant, would such a thing happen? People erected this group of statues, not only to commemorate Harmodius and Aristogiton, but also to remind themselves what would happen if they handed power to a tyrant. Cerberus was speechless and ashamed of his narrow-mindedness. It is no wonder that Athens has the glory of the future if it can learn from the past. After the Apatoria festival, the children started to go to school as usual. Cerberus went to grammar class as usual in the morning. When he reached the alley near Christine's house, Danaus and several children suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Danaus looked like he was looking for trouble, and asked in a long voice, Cerberus, where are you going? Cerberus raised his eyebrows and said, to grammar class. Danaus said, aren't you on the side of Herius? This is my school, you are not allowed to go. Cerberus said, I paid the tuition. If you don't allow me to go to school, you have to ask Angus to return the tuition to me first. Of course, Danaus didn't dare to go to Angus to ask him to return Cerberus's tuition. He was speechless for a moment and shouted, I said you are not allowed to go, so you are not allowed to go. After shouting, he approached Cerberus aggressively, looking like he was going to fight. Cerberus reminded calmly, think about it, Danaus. Your servants will not help you beat your classmates. You can't beat me on your own. Danaus stood awkwardly, in a dilemma. Cerberus walked past him calmly, and went to school. Grammar class again, as if he was back to the time when he first came to school. Except for Aptus, no one paid attention to him. After class, Danaus stared at Cerberus all the way to the grammar school, as if trying to kill him with his eyes. Cerberus was indifferent. When they arrived near the harp school, they saw a figure. Danaus rushed over like a hound seeing a rabbit, and stopped in front of the man. The man trembled with fear. Danaus cursed, thief who stole the song, grandson of the tyrant. The child defended with a crying voice, I'm not a thief, it was teacher Zeuxis who asked me to sing that song. It was Herius. Danis pushed him, making him stagger, and said, "You sang just because Cthulhu asked you to? Don't you know that this song belongs to my brother? And who knows whether what you said is true or not? You are a relative of the tyrant." Harris hurriedly said, "Thesaurus knows. It was really Cthulhu who asked me to sing that song. Cthulhu, tell him that it was teacher Cthulhu who asked me to sing." Cthulhu turned his head and ignored him. Danis pushed him again, this time making him hit the wall. He wanted to kick him and said, "You stole Thesaurus's song and you want him to help you?" Aptus pulled him away and said sternly, "Enough, Danis. You beat someone up again in front of the string school. Do you want to be expelled?" Danis remembered the lesson from last time and stopped. He looked towards the school with a guilty conscience and threatened Danis fiercely, "You're lucky. I'll let you go this time. Don't let me meet you somewhere else." After that, he and his companions left. Aptus looked at Harris a little apologetically and followed him. It was school time. There were many students coming and going in front of the school, but they didn't react to this scene. Instead, they looked at Harris with strange eyes. Harris huddled against the wall and cried aggrievedly. Cerberus went to the string school and went to find Theseus to talk about dropping out of school. He looked around, but couldn't find him. He asked Morpheus, but Morpheus didn't know either. Morpheus asked him what he wanted to see Theseus for, and Cerberus thought he would know sooner or later, so he told him directly. Morpheus was very surprised. Their school was in the limelight during the Apatria festival, and many people contacted them and wanted to send their children to school, but Cerberus came to ask for withdrawal at this time. He asked a little panic, "Is it because I didn't teach well that you want to drop out?" Cerberus said, "No, it's my own fault." Morpheus asked, "What's the reason? Tell me, maybe I can help you solve it." Cerberus refused, "Thank you, but it's not a problem you can solve." Morpheus said uneasily, "Is it really not because of me? This is my first time as a teacher. I have no experience. There must be many things I did not do well. But that's not my intention. If it's my fault, you point it out, and I will correct it." Cerberus assured again and again a little helplessly, "It really has nothing to do with you, Mr. Morpheus." But Morpheus still got to the bottom of it. "Then what is the reason? Don't you have money to pay the tuition?" The tuition was just paid at the beginning of the school year, and it should be sometime before the next payment. If it's because of money, I can help you. His tone was sincere and concerned, but it made Cerberus feel more helpless, and he said, "Wait until I see Zeuxis. I will talk to him, okay?" Morpheus had no choice but to stop pursuing the reason, but he still persuaded sincerely, "Cerberus, I don't know why you want to drop out of school, but you should continue to study. We are about to start learning the lute. Zeuxis is the most famous lute player in the Peloponnese. Do you know how beautifully he can play the lute? His music can make people with hearts as hard as the hardest rocks cry. He once met pirates on the sea and asked to play one last song before he died. After listening to his performance, the pirates let him and everyone on the same ship with him go. If you have talent, it is possible for you to be taught by him personally. This is a very rare opportunity." Cerberus was silent for a while and said, "I will think about it carefully." Morpheus gave up. Cerberus felt a little regretful. He really liked music, especially instrumental music. In his spare time in later life, his biggest hobby was to go to the concert hall to listen to various concerts, almost obsessed with it. But after coming to ancient Greece, except for the instrumental music competition at the Apatolia festival, he hadn't enjoyed any decent performance for a long time. He had been in the harp school for so long, but he had never heard Theseus play a complete piece. If Theseus's level was as high as Morpheus said, and he lived up to his resounding reputation, then dropping out of this school would be a pity. But he had to drop out. Theseus didn't show up that afternoon, so Cerberus had to go to class as usual and leave the school. Since he went to find Theseus again after school, he left late, and when he left, most of the students had left. When he was about to go out, the short figure of Harius suddenly appeared and said, "Cerberus, let's go together." Harius's home was not in the same direction as his, and Cerberus was about to refuse, but the sky was full of red clouds, which showed Harius's face of fear and pleading, and he was stunned. He looked out the door and saw a few kids who were close to Danis standing in the alley, looking at him with malicious looks. Cerebus understood what was going on, was silent for a moment, and said, "Let's go." He walked out of the school gate first. Harrius hurriedly followed him. Chapter 55, Family Affairs. The children who were waiting to block Harrius at the school gate obviously did not expect this, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Cerebus walked away, as if he did not see them, and Harrius followed him like a little tail. The children hesitated for a moment and followed them. When they were about to reach the alley, a child passed them, and ran away quickly. Harrius reached out, and grabbed Cerebus's clothes nervously. Cerebus looked at him, and he let go again. The two continued to walk forward. Not long after they walked, Danace, the child just now, and 3 older children in their teens, appeared and blocked their way. Danace asked with hostility, "Cerebius, are you going to meddle in other people's business again?" Cerebus said, "I just want to go home." Harrius thought he would not help him, and reflexively took a step closer to him, but stopped again in despair. Danace said with satisfaction, "You know what's good for you this time, you can go now." Cerebus walked away, and after 2 steps, he turned back, and said to Harrius, "What are you still doing there?" Harrius was overjoyed and hurried to catch up with him. Danace was furious, and stopped them and said, "Cerebius, are you kidding me?" Cerebus said, "How can I kid you, if I'll let Harrius go with me?" Danace said angrily, "You clearly know that I'm here to stop him." Cerebus said, "What do you want to do by stopping him?" Danace said sternly, "You ask even though you know it. He stole the song of Thespius, so of course I have to teach him a lesson." Cerebus frowned slightly, feeling that it was really a bit difficult to deal with. He didn't like children, but he couldn't just stand by and watch a child being bullied by a group of children. But he could help Harrius this time, but what about next time? He was going to transfer to another school, and even if he didn't transfer, he couldn't be Harrius' bodyguard all the time. If he didn't solve this problem thoroughly, he would be bullied sooner or later. But it seemed that there was no way to solve this problem. Danace just wanted to bully the weak to vent his anger. No one in the harp school would stand on Harrius' side. How could one person fight against the group? After a pause, Cerebus said, "I remember that Thespius said that it was Theseus who asked him to give up the song. There was no theft." Danace's face turned cold and said, "Cerebius, you have made up your mind to stand on his side, right? I'll let you go this morning, and you think I can't do anything to you, right?" After that, he pointed at them viciously and gave an order to the 3 older children, "Hit him too." The 3 older children should be slaves in his family. They followed his orders without thinking, and rushed towards Cerebus and Harrius. The 3 boys were a few years older than Cerebus and were taller. Cerebus didn't dare to despise them. He rushed to meet them, before they rushed to him, flashed behind the strongest boy, and kicked him in the knee. He cried out in pain, and fell to the ground. Fearing that he would be surrounded, Cerebus kicked down the other 2 boys as fast as he could, glared at Harrius' servant, and said, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and carry your little master and run away." The servant was stunned for a moment, picked up Harrius, and ran away quickly. Cerebus smiled at Danace, passed by him like the wind, and ran in the opposite direction. He was not a Superman, and it was impossible for him to use heavy hands on the children. It would be troublesome when the 3 older children stood up, so he decisively used the 36 strategies. They suddenly split into 2 groups, and Danace was dumbfounded. A child asked, "Danace, should we chase him?" Danace saw the 3 slaves crawling up covered in dust and dirt, and they seemed to be fine. He said angrily, "Of course." The child asked, "Who should we chase?" Harrius was carried by an adult, while Cerebus ran away in a rare embarrassing way. In Danace's opinion, Cerebus, who always had the upper hand, ran away in an embarrassing way, and he was alone. Danace said without hesitation, "Chase Cerebus." So the group hurriedly chased in the direction where Cerebus ran away. Cerebus ran as fast as the wind, and Harrius and the other children couldn't catch up with him. Harrius urged the 3 slaves to run faster to chase him, but the 3 of them fell down and limped when they ran. When they caught up with Cerebus, they were already near his home. Cerebus waved to them calmly and went home, which made Harrius very angry. Harrius was not arrogant enough to rush into someone else's house and beat someone up, so he had to leave with his slaves and companions in dismay. Cerebus got home and felt very funny about himself. He never thought that there would be a day when he would have to run away after a conflict with a child. When he was a child, he would rather die than retreat when he had a conflict with his classmates. After being a child for a long time, he felt that he had been assimilated. Not long after Cerebs got home, Harrius also hurried over. With red eyes, he stammered and thanked Cerebs, and then asked guiltily, "Did Danace and the others embarrass you after we ran away?" Cerebs didn't want to explain too much, and simply said, "No." He asked him again, "What are you going to do in the future? I don't think you can reconcile with Danace. You escaped today, but he wants to bully you, and can find an opportunity at any time." Harrius said blankly, I don't know. I don't want to go to school. Everyone doesn't like me." Cerebs was silent for a while, and suggested, "Change to the string school. At least no one in other schools will deliberately target you like Danace." Harrius nodded helplessly. After Harrius left, Meghana came to tell him happily that the new product they planned, the cashmere, had been woven. Cerebs followed Meghana to see that the woven cashmere fabric was still stretched on the loom and had not been taken down. This batch of new fabrics is very beautiful. The main body is white, and the two sides are woven with black cashmere to form a wide pattern. The pattern is simple and very beautiful. It feels soft and light. Wool clothes can't compare with it at all. Unfortunately, due to the limited raw materials, it is only 1 float wide and 2 floats a little longer. Cerebs stroked the pattern and praised it. "Very good." Meghana said, "How can it be bad? We paid a drachma gold coin to learn how to weave these patterns." The gold-silver exchange rate in Athens at that time was 113. In order to learn how to weave these simple patterns, they found the best weaver in Athens and spent a gold coin to learn this simplest weaving method. Cerebs said, "The principle of jacquard should be the same. Tell our weavers that whoever can come up with a new pattern weaving method will be adopted, and a reward of 10 drachmas will be given." Meghana exclaimed, "10 drachmas?" Cerebs nodded. High rewards for innovation can stimulate people's potential. The weavers who heard them were all delighted. Meghana said to them, "You heard what the young master said. You also know how generous the master is. If you work hard, the master will not treat you unfairly." The clever weavers were busy expressing their loyalty. Cerebus also encouraged them. He did not intend to keep them as slaves forever, and planned to release them when the opportunity arose. But before that, he hoped to achieve a win-win situation, where they would work hard and learn to be independent. Meghana did not know his plan, but she already thought he was the best master, and sincerely felt that they were lucky to meet Cerebus. She asked again, "How do we price this kind of cloth? The cost is really not low. The price of raw materials alone is 10 times that of woolen clothes, and there is also our labor. If the price is lower than 25 drachmas per float, I'm afraid we will lose money. But will anyone buy a float of cloth that costs more than 30 drachmas?" Cerebs said, "Don't worry, Meghana. There are many rich people in Greece. Saffron-dyed robes, which are more expensive than gold, are not worried about sales, let alone these woven cashmere with excellent hand feel. Moreover, the patterns woven from natural black cashmere will never fade, which is another advantage compared to expensive dyed fabrics that are not good after a few washes." Cerebs already has a plan for how to promote this new fabric. After seeing the cashmere, he went to see the weaving progress of the carpet ordered by the Persian merchant. With the joint efforts of 4 weavers, the carpet has been woven for 3 quarters. It will be roughly completed in another 20 days, just in time for the Persian merchant to collect the goods during the autumn sailing season. Cerebs pushed aside the fluff and carefully examined the quality of the carpet, and found that the knots were even and dense. Then he examined the woven part in the dimming sky. The colorful flowers contained translucent silk flower hearts, which were complex but not messy, just like the garden of the goddess of spring, dazzling and impeccable. He then asked how many threads of different colors were left. Meghana went to check, and told him the answer. He calculated that it was roughly enough, and was very satisfied. He encouraged the weavers, and promised to give each of them a small reward after the carpet was sold. He also told Meghana that everyone would have an extra meal tonight to reward everyone's hard work. The courtyard cheered. Cerebus called a few male slaves to talk. Because the autumn wool harvest was approaching, he could not do it all by himself this season, so he had to give them more autonomy. Chapter 56. Building a house. Cerebus planned to leave everything to Meghana this time. He had taught Meghana everything from wool collection to washing, drying, and dyeing. When the wool collection season came, he would take a few days off to go to Unicus Manor to sort out things, and then Meghana would take full charge. In addition, this quarter he also planned to build a house near the estuary to prepare for dyeing. This matter should have been prepared a long time ago, but it was hot some time ago, and he just started school and couldn't spare time. Third, building a house requires a lot of money. The flower carpet has weighed down a lot of money, and the funds cannot be turned around, so construction has not started. Now the weather is about to turn cooler, and the new fabric will be made, and there will be another income, so construction can start. Building a house is not an easy task in any era, especially in ancient times. In Athens, except for temples and public buildings that are built with stone, private houses are built with mud. Before building a house, it is necessary to dry the mud bricks, which is very time consuming. The weather is just right now, and the bricks dry quickly. If we delay any longer, it will be the rainy season, and it will rain every other day, so the bricks can't be dried. Cerebus made up his mind and took action without delay. He saw that it was still early, talked to Gargilla about the matter, and immediately took a slave out to find a construction craftsman. There were many construction craftsmen in Athens, and many of them were highly skilled. The neighbor of their bakery was a famous construction craftsman. No, it should not be said to be a craftsman. In later generations, he was completely called a master, and he was responsible for the construction of an exquisite temple. It was him that Cerebus was going to find. Cerebus was going to build just an ordinary house, so he didn't need a master, and he might not take it, but he had many apprentices, and he could definitely recommend a suitable person. Sure enough, after Cerebus went over and told the old neighbor what he wanted, the old neighbor smiled and said, "You don't need me for this kind of work, Cerebus. My wages are too high. I have an apprentice who is a little young but very talented. If you trust me, you can let him try." Cerebus said respectfully, "Of course I trust you, Uncle Laius." Laius asked the slaves at home to call a man named Opotus here. After about half an hour, the slave came back with a man who was indeed very young, at most in his 20s. Laius said to him, "Opotus, this child has come to entrust a job to build a house that can accommodate at least 20 people and has 2 warehouses that can hold 5 talents of wool. Are you willing to take it?" Opotus looked at Cerebus and asked in confusion, "This child commissioned it?" Laius stroked his ginger beard and said, "Don't underestimate this boy. He is the famous son of God. Although he is young, he is very capable. He is the son of my old neighbor Marcutulus. My old neighbor went to serve in the army, and he managed the family business in an orderly manner, better than when his father was at home. He can make decisions on such matters." Laius and Marcutulus have a good relationship. When Marcutulus encountered a debt crisis, Laius even lent him money. Although the 2 families live far away now, Laius still knows a lot about Marcutulus's family. Cerebus first said to Laius, "Uncle Laius, you are too kind." Then he said to Opotus, "Although my father is in military service and cannot show up, if you are willing to take this job, you can go and talk to my mother." Opotus was very cautious. Although he had a teacher to guarantee him, he thought about it and said, "I have to see your mother." Cerebus took him home and let him meet Gargilla. Gargilla assured him in person that her son could make the decision on this matter and there would be no disputes when her husband returned from military service. Only then did he finally agree to take the job. According to Cerebus's requirements, he roughly calculated how much of each of the raw materials, such as mud bricks, terracotta tiles, wood, lime, and gypsum, were needed, and then said, "My wage is 3 drachmas a day. I see that you have a lot of male slaves in your house. I can lead your male slaves to dry mud bricks. But ordinary people can't do the work of building a house. You have to hire at least 3 more skilled construction craftsmen. The wage of ordinary craftsmen is 2 drachmas a day. Because of my age, the people you hire may not obey my arrangement. I will decide on these 3 people. Is that okay?" Cerebus trusted his employees and said, "Of course. But I have to listen to your plan first. The location and purpose of this house are special. I have many requirements. Your design must meet my requirements. Obviously, despite the double guarantee of Laius and Gangara, Opotus was still very worried that Cerberus would do something reckless, and said a little defensively, in addition to living space and warehouses, what else do you require? Cerberus raised his eyebrows with a bit of amusement and said, safety. This house is in the wilderness, and it has to store relatively expensive wool and pigments. I require it to be very solid and safe. Isn't that too much? Opotus was relieved and said, I have to go and see the terrain first, and then I can tell you what it can be built like. Cerberus said, of course. The two of them made an appointment to see the terrain and location the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow both of them have other things to do, and Opotus left. The next day was another bright and sunny day. The Mediterranean late summer sun shone in the city of Athens, making people not want to move lazily. Cerberus carried the wax board to class, passing by beautiful girls with water bottles on their heads, adult men with braided hair and beards who were casually wearing light linen short coats, and energetic children on the street, and arrived at Cleisthenes' house. Danaus saw Cerberus, and glared at him fiercely as usual, but Cerberus ignored him, and went to Angus to ask for leave. He wanted to take 10 days off, to sort out all the matters of building a house and collecting wool. Of course, when he asked Angus for leave, he did not tell him that the reason was that he wanted to do business and build a house. He only said that it was his family's previous business, and his father was in the military service, so he needed to go and see him. He asked Angus to assign him some homework, so that he could study in his spare time. Angus knew his learning ability, and wrote 2 boards of poems from the Odyssey densely on his wax board with an iron pen, and read them to him twice, so that he could memorize them. He also told him that, if he had any questions, or had finished learning, he could come to him at any time, to help him solve his doubts or assign new tasks. Cerberus thanked him, and turned to leave. It was not time for class yet. When he stepped out of the door, Danaus chased after him, shouting his name, and asked proudly, Cerberus, were you scared by my slaves yesterday, and didn't dare to come to school? Humph, let's see if you dare to ignore everyone, and meddle in other people's business again. However, if you apologize to me, and listen to me in everything in the future, I will forgive you, and won't let them beat you. After saying that, he looked at Cerberus expectantly. Cerberus was stunned, smiled and said, you misunderstood. I just need to take a few days off for something. Then he turned and left. Danaus' face turned green with anger. Cerberus went out, and went to the string school again. He hoped that, if Theseus was there, he could drop out directly. Unfortunately, Theseus was still not there, so he had to ask for leave from Morpheus. At Morpheus' place, he unexpectedly met Harris and his mother. Harris followed his advice, and dropped out of school with his mother. Morpheus was sad and puzzled, and asked, why, Harris, Alexia, is my teaching so bad, that you all want to drop out? This kind of thing doesn't happen in other teachers' classes. I know this is my first time as a teacher, and there must be many things I do not do well, but if you point them out, I will correct them. Harris shook his hands in panic. Teacher Morpheus, no, it's none of your business. Your class is very good, it's my own fault. He lowered his head and continued, I'm not likable, and my classmates don't like me. So I want to change schools, maybe it will be better. Morpheus was a little surprised by this reason. After a pause, he said, I noticed that you are a little withdrawn, and don't interact much with your classmates. But you don't have to drop out. Maybe it's because we just started school not long ago, and you will get better after you get familiar with each other. Harris shook his head and said, it won't get better, please let me drop out. As he said that, he suddenly cried, I'm always bullied, and Danaus often bullies me. The teacher won't let me drop out, and I dare not come to school in the future. Alexia touched her son's head and shed tears, saying, teacher, please agree to let Harris drop out of school. Morpheus said anxiously, if this is a reason, I can teach Danaus a lesson, and tell him not to bully you again in the future. Alexia choked and said, it's useless. It's all my fault. Harris is always wronged. I'm the daughter of the tyrant. Those children are hostile to Harris because of this. They can't reconcile. Morpheus widened his eyes in surprise, and finally said helplessly, okay, but I can't make this decision. I can only wait for Theseus to come back. I will mention it to him. Alexia said, "Thank you, Morpheus. Then Harius will take a leave today. When Thesis comes back, we will come again." After that, she said goodbye to Morpheus and turned to leave with Harius. Seeing Cerberus, she nodded to Cerberus. Harius saw Cerberus and his eyes lit up. He was about to talk to Cerberus, but Morpheus smiled bitterly and said, "Why are you here so early in the morning, Cerberus? Thesis hasn't come back yet." Harius stopped and wanted to listen, but Alexia pushed him away. Cerberus nodded and said, "Then I'll take a 10-day leave, Mr. Morpheus." He told Angus the reason and got a 10-day leave. When he went out, he found Harius waiting outside. Chapter 57, Sudden Death. Harius asked attentively, "Cerberus, why are you here so early?" Cerberus didn't want to explain much and simply said, "I'm here to ask for a few days off. There are some things at home." Harius said, "I'm here to drop out of school." Cerberus said, "I saw it." Harius asked, "If I don't come here to study, can I still go to play with you?" Cerberus was silent for a while and said, "Yes." Harius smiled with surprise and said, "Thank you." The smile was very bright, very suitable for his age, but it was rarely seen on Harius's face. Cerberus said, "I have to go out for a few days and will not be back until more than 10 days later. You can come to my house to find me then." Harius said repeatedly, "Okay, okay." After a pause, he whispered, "Cerberus, you are so nice. No one was willing to play with me before." Cerberus thought to himself that it was impossible for me to play with you. At most, he allowed Harius to come to his house to find him, which was already the limit of his patience. After parting with Harius, Cerberus sent the wax tablet home and went to the port area with a slave. He asked around if there were any powerful sea merchants coming recently, bought some goods, and went home. That day he handled some chores and prepared some things for a long journey. The next day, he and Opotus took a few slaves to the wasteland near the estuary where a river passed. The land was about 50 acres, half of which was a hill with mixed trees, and the other half was rocks and sand dunes. Since there was no output, the price was very cheap. Cerberus' plan was to build a house on the hill. Although it would be a little far from the river, there was no need to worry about the river flooding during the rainy season and submerging the house. Opotus agreed with his idea. The two of them took the slaves to walk all over the land and chose a relatively flat highland that was suitable for building houses and easy to defend. This was not a peaceful era, not to mention the wars between city-states. Ordinary people killed and robbed people. The first requirement for Cerberus to build this house was safety. Opotus suggested using stone as the foundation, which would be more expensive, but the safety index would be greatly increased. Cerberus agreed. Opotus also chose a place with suitable soil, decided to take soil from there to make mud bricks, and chose where to get stone. After that, it was already late, and the group returned to Athens. Cerberus had only 3 male slaves, and this number of people was far from enough to make mud bricks. When he returned to Athens, he first rented 10 strong slaves to take home. After returning home, he asked Megana to buy flour, light the bread oven and Gangera to bake a lot of bread as food for tomorrow's work. He also bought a few jars of wine, some dried fish, onions, and olives, and rented an ox cart. As for the tools to be used for tomorrow's work, he asked Opotus to prepare and rent them for him. The next morning, Cerberus, along with his slaves and a cart carrying food and cooking utensils, met with Opotus at the city gate. The slaves carried tools for work and went to the wasteland again. Opotus directed the slaves to dig out the soil at the site they had chosen in advance, fetched river water to make mud, added some slender and flexible grass stems to the mud, and asked the slaves and the oxen to trample it repeatedly so that the mud was fine and uniform. Then the mud was filled into a wooden mud brick mold and compacted, and then the mold was removed, and a mud brick was ready. Wait for the sun to dry the mud brick, and then it can be used. Making mud bricks is a heavy physical job, and Cerberus never mistreats the people who work for him. In the morning, he let everyone eat bread, dried fish and olives for breakfast. When it was time to make dinner, he called a slave to go with him to the nearby fishing village to buy a large basket of fresh fish and slaughter them. Some of them were cooked into delicious and fragrant fish soup, and the other part was stuffed with onions and salted and roasted into grilled fish. Although Athens is only a dozen miles from the sea, fresh fish is not easy to transport, so ordinary people don't often eat fresh fish. As soon as the aroma of fish soup and grilled fish spread in the air, the slaves began to drool, and even Opotus looked over here frequently. Knowing that delicious food was waiting, everyone worked hard. 13 slaves plus Opotus, 14 strong men, had made 1/3 of the mud bricks needed to build the house by dusk. After a delicious dinner, it was completely dark. The summer night was not cold, so everyone chose a flat place and slept under the sky. This was definitely an unprecedented experience for Cerebs. He had a tent or something when he went camping before. He stared at the bright Milky Way in the sky, which seemed to be no different from more than 2,000 years later, and fell asleep for a long time. The next morning, someone from the village, where they went to buy fish, brought them another basket of fresh fish, some eggs and freshly baked bread. This was what Cerebs ordered from them yesterday. The breakfast that morning not only included fish soup and bread, but also boiled eggs. After a hearty meal, everyone started to work with renewed energy. In the evening, there was indeed another rich meal waiting for them, which was delicious poultry. Although only 3 or 4 people could share one, it was definitely a good treatment for the slaves that they had never enjoyed before. Although making mud bricks was a very tiring job, several people still prayed secretly, hoping that they could continue to work. The rented slaves envied the slaves of Cerebus's family. Slaves have always been regarded as talking tools, but Cerebus not only provided them with such rich food in the morning and evening, but also gave them another meal at noon and let them rest for a while, to avoid the hottest time of the sun. When discussing privately, they thought that their little master's generosity and kindness were unprecedented. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Opesius announced that there were enough mud bricks, and he went to the high ground to draw the outline of the foundation with white lime, and directed the slaves to dig a trench that was as wide as shoulders and as deep as shoulders according to the outline. Because the house was large, they dug the trench for another day on the 4th day. On the 5th day, Opotus led the slaves to carry stones with sticks and ropes to fill the trench. They also mixed lime and sand with water as an adhesive to bond the gaps between the stones. On the 7th day, less than 1/5 of the foundation was filled. Cerebs calculated this speed and felt that it was a bit slow. He was considering whether to return to Athens to rent a few slaves. A slave injured his foot while carrying stones. There was nothing to say. Cerebs asked a slave to drive a bullock cart and carry himself and the injured slave back to Athens. Cerebs sent the slave directly to the temple of the god of medicine and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, Megana rushed over when she saw him and asked excitedly, "Cerebs, did anyone see you come back?" Cerebs was a little puzzled and said, "Of course. There were so many people coming and going in the city in broad daylight, and he couldn't be invisible. Not to mention that he had also visited the temple of the god of medicine." Megana moved her lips several times and managed to say, "Your classmate at the harp school, the boy named Herius who came to our house with his mother to seek your treatment, is dead. His mother has been looking for you." Cerebs was stunned for a moment before he realized what she said and said in a lost voice, "What?" Megana looked at him worriedly and whispered, "He was beaten to death by someone unknown. His mother said it was another child who came to our house, Danae. She said that child had beaten Herius many times before, and you have seen it, and she wants you to help her testify." Cerebs couldn't say anything for a while, and asked after a long while, "When did it happen?" Megana said, "The day before yesterday. Herius's mother came to their house to look for Cerebs several times, and even came once with Herius's body. But Cerebs was not at home, and several male slaves who knew where the wasteland was were also taken away by him." Megana and Ganjara really didn't know where Cerebus was, but Herius's mother seemed to think that he was deliberately avoiding her. After searching for him several times without success, she brought her son's body to the door of their house and cried and begged, attracting many people to watch. The intersection near their house was crowded with people. Megana was really angry and pitiful for her. Megana also said, Herius's mother seemed to be going crazy. She held his body and refused to bury it. She cried in the market on the municipal square for 2 days, insisting that the child named Danae pay for her son's life. She is still there now. Cerebus stood for a while and turned to go out. Meghana followed him in panic and asked, Cerebus, where are you going? Seeing him step out of the door and walk towards the municipal square, she hurriedly shouted, Gangjira! Gangjira! Gangjira came out of the house and caught up with Cerebus. Without saying anything, she followed him silently. The market in the town square should be the most lively place in a city on normal days, but today the atmosphere was very strange. The vendors did not dare to shout loudly, and the buyers did not dare to walk around freely. In the open space in the middle of the market, a woman was sitting on the ground holding a child, humming an unknown song. The melody was light and sweet, better than the most moving harp and flute, but it was a little weird. There were some people crying sadly beside her. This place was usually crowded with people, but at this time there was no one except them. The police officers who maintained order in the market looked at them helplessly not far away. Cerebus paused, walked slowly over, stood in front of her, and called, Madam Alexia. Alexia did not seem to hear it. After a while, she realized that someone was calling her, and slowly raised her head while singing. She seemed to have aged 20 years, with disheveled hair, dirty face, and two dull eyes full of bloodshot, almost ferocious, completely different from the gentle and beautiful woman they met last time. The face of the little child in her arms was wiped clean, eyes were closed, but blood was condensed on his hair. Cerebus couldn't help but recall the bright and surprised smile that this face showed him when they last met, and the whispered words, Cereb, you are so nice. No one wanted to play with me before. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 58 Regret. Alexia saw that the person standing in front of her was Cerebus, so she stopped singing, stood up suddenly with her son in her arms in surprise, and said incoherently, Cereb 10. Cerebus 10, you are back. Come with me to tell the Archon that it was that kid Danace who killed my son. Let him kill Danace to avenge my son's life. As she said that, she held her son's body in one hand and held Cerebus' wrist with the other hand like a pair of pliers, dragging him towards the police officers with great strength. Cerebus struggled but failed to break free and whispered, Madam Alexia, please calm down. But Alexia seemed not to hear him and dragged him to the police officer, looking at the police officer with hope and said, the person who can prove that my son was killed by Danace is here. You quickly kill that kid to avenge my son. Let him drink the poisonous hemlock juice. Cut off his head. The police officer looked at her with pity and then looked at Cerebus. Cereblu felt a little reluctant, but still said, Lady Alexia, I can't prove who killed Harius. I have not been in Athens these days and I know nothing about it. Alexia looked at him in disbelief, as if she had never thought that Cereblu would refuse her request, and seemed to think that as long as Cereblu said he was willing to testify, the murderer who hurt her son would be caught and killed immediately. She pleaded like a drowning person grasping at a straw, but you have seen that brat bullying Harius many times, and you helped him. Cerebus looked at her sadly and whispered, Madam, you know I can't prove anything. Alexia screamed, you can do it. You can do it. She shook Cerebus and shouted half madly, you all saw it, but you are unwilling to testify for me. They bully my son every day. Harius has already dropped out of the string school, and they chased him to the new school to bully him. They are all demons. Demons? Are you afraid of the Alcimianidas family too? Don't you want to help my poor son? When he was alive, the person he loved most was you. Cerebus was pushed by her and almost fell down. Gangjira, who had been following her son, took him from Alexia and protected him behind her. She said coldly, Alexia, Cerebus is only 7 years old and didn't see anything. He can't help you. Alexia leaned forward to pull Cerebus out, screaming with hatred, you don't help me. You don't help me. Gangjira blocked her. Several people who were crying with Alexia also came over and stretched out their hands to pull her away. One of them shook his head with a bitter expression and said, you should leave quickly. She is a little crazy. Gangjira pulled Cerebus away. Cerebus walked out of Alexia's reach and stopped. Gangjira said, come on, Cerebus, this is not your business. Cerebus looked at the body of the child in Alexia's arms and said, "I have some questions for the police." Harris had been dead for 2 days. His facial features were a little deformed when he looked at him closely. It was summer now, and Cerebus could smell the stench coming from the body when Alexia pulled him. When they parted at the harp school a few days ago, this was still a living child. But Alexia was still going crazy next to the police, and Cerebus would definitely irritate her again if he approached. Fortunately, they stopped and did not leave, and looked over there. A police officer took the initiative to come over and said to them, "Boy, go, you can't do anything about this." Cerebus looked up at him and asked, "Harrius and I were classmates at the lyre school. How did he die? He was really handsome." The police officer didn't want to tell such a terrible thing to a child, but when he looked at him with eyes like a dense forest and lake, he couldn't help but answer. He was locked up in the abandoned house next to the Hercules arena. He was injured in the head and died of excessive bleeding when he was found. Don't run around when you are not in school. Don't leave your servants, and pay attention to safety in everything. It's very chaotic outside. Go home quickly. Cerebus asked, "Did no one really see anything?" The police officer was silent for a while and whispered, "Someone saw Harrius walking with Danae and several other children before he died." Cerebus was silent too. He didn't conclude that Danae killed Harrius, but Danae and his companions were definitely not with Harrius for fun. Alexia said that Danae chased Harrius to the new school and bullied him after Harrius transferred to another school. After a while, Cerebus asked again, "What will happen to Harrius?" The police officer shrugged and said, "This child is pitiful, but in the end no one saw those kids fighting, and no one can do anything." At that time, although Athens had police officers, courts, and councils, police officers would stop and punish people who committed crimes, but revenge was more the responsibility of blood relatives. Just like the case of Harrius, if the crime was in progress, anyone who saw it could take care of it. The police officer would put the criminal in prison, and a special person would sue the Areopagus Council, and the Areopagus Council would decide how to punish the person. But if the criminal was not caught on the spot, then it would be the responsibility of the blood relatives to find this person. Of course, others can also find this person, and after finding this person, they can file a lawsuit with the court or council, and the court or council will decide to punish him. But blood relatives can directly kill that person for revenge without being punished. The city-state did not set up a public office specifically responsible for solving such vicious cases. In other words, if Harrius's parents could not find the murderer, he would most likely die in vain. Harrius's mother's mental state did not seem capable of finding the murderer. Cerebus looked at the people who accompanied Alexia in crying, but did not see his father. He had only a few interactions with Harrius, and did not know his father. He did not know if he had the ability to avenge his son. This made him unable to sit idly by and watch the death of the child who was so surprised, just because he agreed to let him come to play with him, and do nothing. At this moment, at Danae's house, he did not go to school, hiding in his room, hiding in the dark space behind the cabinet. His mother persuaded him from outside. "Danae, come out and eat something. You haven't eaten anything properly since the day before yesterday." Danae's angry and aggrieved voice came from behind the cabinet, with a crying tone. "I won't eat. If I die too, my father will not suspect that I killed Harrius." His mother said helplessly, "Your father didn't say that you killed Harrius." Danae cried. That's what he thought in his heart. Everyone thinks so. Otherwise, why would he scold me? I just locked Harrius in the abandoned house, and didn't beat him at all. He was fine when we left. Didn't you ask them? They many times about what happened that night. Why doesn't he believe it? The night before yesterday was the 15th day of the lunar month, and the moonlight was particularly good. He took a few slaves of about his age out to play. He saw Harrius walking alone on the street near the Stadium of Hercules and thought of playing a prank. He took the slaves and locked Harrius in the gloomy abandoned house. Maybe he beat him a few times, but it was definitely not severe. But he didn't dare to admit it at this time, and left triumphantly. But Harrius was definitely fine when he left. He never dreamed that Harrius would die. He was terrified, and felt particularly wronged. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw Harrius's head covered with blood. He didn't dare to sleep, didn't dare to go to school, and couldn't eat. He felt extremely guilty and regretful, and thought for the 10,000th time, if I hadn't done that night, it would have been better. If I hadn't gone out to play that night, it would have been better. Unfortunately, time can't go back. His mother was silent. She and her husband questioned the slaves that Danais took out that night several times, and their statements were different from their sons. They said they beat him, but they also said it wasn't severe. But how could a child know what severity was? What's more, they were afraid of punishment, so they might say it wasn't severe. But one thing is certain, his son didn't do it on purpose. At such a young age, she was already terrified by the thought of someone's death. She didn't want to add to her son's psychological burden, so she pretended to believe it. But her husband was too angry, and his words and actions showed it, so her son could see it. Chapter 59. Alexia's Curse. Danais' mother tried to persuade him for a long time, but he refused to come out to eat. His mother sighed, put the tray of food in front of the gap between the cabinet and the wall, and left. Danais wanted to rush out to grab her when he heard her leaving, but he held back. He hugged his knees and huddled up, buried his face in his arms and cried silently, thinking fearfully in his heart, is she angry too? Doesn't she want me anymore? No one paid attention to him after his mother left. He went from crying silently to sobbing, and felt so sad that he felt he had been abandoned by the whole world. I don't know how long it took, but some messy footsteps came and stopped by the cabinet. Apta's voice said, Danais, stop crying. Danais stopped crying. He wiped his face randomly, choked and asked, why are you here? Aptus said, Aunt Kate said you didn't eat, so we came to persuade you. Danais said, I didn't kill Harius, they don't believe me. Aptus hesitated and said, then you can't not eat. Danais noticed his pause and screamed, you don't believe me either? I just bullied him, how could I kill him? How could he be so bad? Question mark? Aptus could not help but accuse him, I don't believe you would kill him, but why do you always bully him? You never listen to me. Thesephus said that teacher Zeuxis asked him to sing the song, not that he stole it, right, Thesephus? Why do you have to make trouble for him? Thesephus said timidly, yes, Danais. I said it on the day of the competition. Danais felt that his chest was about to explode with anger, and he beat the cabinet and roared, why didn't you tell me not to do that when I was venting my anger for you, Thesephus? Now that something has happened, do you want to put all the responsibility on me? Thesephus was also guilty. He was very happy when Danais bullied Harius, but he didn't want Harius to die. Because his song caused the death of a peer, this responsibility was too terrible, and he really couldn't bear it. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he murmured, but, I don't want him to die. Danais said sarcastically, do I want to? Okay. This is all my fault, it has nothing to do with you, okay? I will die to pay for Harius's life, okay? Why do you still hypocritically persuade me to eat? Thesephus was speechless. Satyrus spoke up and said, Danais, don't be angry. Harius's mother is looking forward to you doing this. Do you want her to succeed? Danais thought of the woman who rushed to the grammar school like a madman, almost strangled him to death with her claws, and kept saying that she wanted to kill him to pay for her son's life. He shuddered and said, I won't let her succeed. Satyrus said, then come out to eat quickly, you starve yourself, she will be very happy. Danais' stomach had been rumbling for a long time, and he felt very uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he slowly crawled out of the crack. His legs were numb, and he couldn't stand up for a while. Saturnus helped him up, helped him sit down at the small table, helped him pick up the plate, and put it on his small table, then turned to Aptus and Thesephus and said, Danais was indeed wrong, but it was just a small mistake. Hara's death should not be blamed on him. Don't blame him, he has suffered enough. Let him eat well. This is not our fault. It's all Hara's fault. He was unlucky and implicated us. Aptus widened his eyes, looking at this brother who usually spoke the least and almost never expressed any opinions, as if he didn't know him, and said in shock, Saturnus, how can you say that? Danais was actually almost overwhelmed by guilt and fear, but he didn't dare to admit it. He didn't dare to admit it to others, nor to himself. Satyrus' words sounded like salvation to him, and he felt it was very pleasing to the ear. He hurriedly said, isn't what he said wrong? I just locked him up in the abandoned house to scare him, but I didn't kill him. How can he blame me for his death? He glanced at Thesephus and said, I just valued my brother too much, so I got into trouble. I will never do so many things again in the future. In any case, his original intention was to help Thesephus vent his anger. The words of Thesephus just now made him very angry, and he felt that he was not worth it. Thesephus' face was swollen red by his stab, and he dodged his eyes. Satyrus said, Danaus, don't say such angry words. That's not what Thesephus meant. I think he wanted to say that he was the one whose song was taken away. He didn't want Hyrieus to die, let alone you, right? Is that right, Thesephus? This was a poor way of smoothing things over, and Danaus didn't believe it at all, but Thesephus nodded gratefully and said, yes, yes. Satyrus was the only one who stood on Danaus' side. Danaus gave him face and reluctantly said, is that so? And didn't argue anymore. Aptus wanted to say something else, but Satyrus patted him on the shoulder, shook his head at him, and had to hold back. The three of them stayed with Danaus for a long time, and his emotions stabilized. He stopped his hunger strike, and then they said goodbye to Aunt Kate and went home. After leaving Danaus' house, Aptus asked, Satyrus, how could you say that? Hyrieus is dead. Satyrus said, I know what Danaus did was too much, but can't you see that he is already very regretful and scared? If you blame him again, he will not be able to bear it. What if something happens? He is our brother, can you bear it? Aptus heard him say that, and felt that he had thought too little. Fortunately, Satyrus stopped him. He made up his mind and said, I will definitely take good care of Danaus in the future, and not let him have the opportunity to do anything bad again. Cerberus could not get more information from the policeman, and Hyrieus' mother was obviously uncommunicative, so he had to go home. In the afternoon, Meghana, who had gone out to buy things, ran back in panic, and brought back an even more shocking news. Alexia, the mother of Hyrieus, had just committed suicide by stabbing herself in the abdomen with a bronze dagger in the market. Before she died, she cursed the Nespi, the murderer of her son, to suffer the same misfortune and be killed by a stone on his head. She cursed that everyone in the Alcmaeonid family would have a bad end. She cursed that the Athenians who protected the murderer would suffer disasters for years and harvest nothing. And finally the city-state would be destroyed by war and plague. At this time, people believed in the curse very much. Meghana and the slaves in the yard who heard her say the news were so scared that they trembled all over, and several of them cried loudly. Of course, Cerberus didn't believe it, and for a while he didn't react to what they were afraid of. He looked at Gangula in confusion, and found that, although Gangula didn't make a sound, her face was pale and obviously she was also scared. Then he realized what was going on, and hurriedly held Gangula's trembling hand and said, don't be afraid. He wanted to say that it was just a curse and they didn't need to take it seriously, but he also knew that they wouldn't believe it, so he changed his words. When the word came to his lips, you will be fine, you won't be cursed. He also pretended to grab a handful of hair on her head, blew it with his mouth, and said, the curse is gone. His voice and expression were very firm, and he didn't look scared at all. Gangula was strangely comforted, and her hand stopped shaking. Others remembered the name of the young master god's son, and they rushed to ask him to blow away the curse for them. Cerberus grabbed a handful of hair on everyone's head and blew it. These people believed that people's curses could bring disasters and kill them, and of course they also believed that God's son would eliminate the curse and prevent the disaster from coming, and they were comforted just like that. After Cerberus calmed them down, he said, I'm going to go out and take a look. Gangula and Meghana didn't want him to go out. Although they believed that the curse on them had been lifted, they were still very scared. But Cerberus inferred from the violent reactions of the people at home that there must be chaos outside, so he wanted to go out and see what was going on. He drew a circle on the gate and said, the curse can't enter this door. You will be fine if you don't go out. Then he got away. Meghana wanted to go out with him, but he repeatedly assured her that he would be fine, and even took the male slave who drove the car when he returned to the city, which made her feel at ease. Cerberus went out and found that the streets that were crowded with people in the past were empty everywhere. Those who passed by were in a hurry and looked nervous. He took the slaves to the market near the city hall. The market that was bustling and crowded in the morning now had no stalls, and the empty ground was full of messy garbage. Many people dressed in the clothes of priests from various temples gathered in one place with the archons and counselors, arguing and gesticulating about something. Judging from the number of priests, it seemed that all the priests from the temples in the Acropolis had come. The male slave who accompanied Cerberus trembled all over when he saw this scene, and refused to move forward no matter what. Cerberus did not force him, and he himself hesitated whether to go forward. He wanted to go over to listen to the news, but he suspected that the police officers would not let him get close. When he was hesitating, Aristides, who was listening to a priest speaking, saw him, walked over, and asked, "Cerberus, why are you here?" Cerberus looked up at him and said, "I came to see." Aristides picked him up, put him in the slave's arms, touched his head and said, "Don't look, go home quickly. Don't be afraid, the priests will purify you immediately, and nothing will happen." Cerberus was treated as a child, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but looking at his serious expression, he realized that he was actually a little scared. But Cerberus didn't want to fool him by comforting Gangera and the others. He just looked at him calmly and said calmly, "I'm not afraid. I know nothing will happen." Aristides was stunned when he heard his calm tone, and then the slight tension in his voice relaxed and said, "That's good. Go home." Cerberus nodded, motioned the slave to put him down, and left with the slave. He took a few steps, and Aristides suddenly called him again. Cerberus turned around. Aristides hesitated, and said, "If possible, can you go see Danaus? He is scared." Cerberus' eyes fluctuated, and he agreed, "Okay." He was just about to meet Danaus and find out what happened to Helios' death. Chapter 60, The Real Murderer, corrected typus. Cerberus went to Danaus' house. After such an incident, Danaus' door was closed tightly and no one was allowed in. Cerberus knocked on the door. A slave opened the door a crack and looked out cautiously. When he saw that he was a child, his expression eased a little and asked him, "Who are you, and what's the matter?" Cerberus gave his name and said, "I go to school with Danaus." Aristides said he was scared and asked me to come and see him. The slave said, "Wait a minute, I will ask the master if he will let you in." The door closed again. After a while, the slave came and opened the door, let Cerberus and his slave in, then locked the door tightly, asked the slave to wait in the courtyard, and said to him, "Follow me." Cerberus followed him through the hall, up the stairs to the second floor, and entered a small room. This should be Danaus' room, and there were stone slingshots, iron rings and other children's toys everywhere. Although the light was dim, one could see couches, tables, chairs and wardrobes covered with exquisite bedspreads, and a unique bronze olive oil lamp hanging on the wall, which was much more luxurious than the average Athenian home. The wardrobe seemed to be placed against the wall, but it was moved away, so Danaus huddled in the corner. His mother held him in her arms, caressed him and kept comforting him. "Baby, baby, nothing will happen. The curse will not come true. Your father and grandfather will find a way to solve it." Cerberus walked in, and his mother said, "Baby, look who's here. Who's here to see you?" Danaus did not respond. Cerberus said, "Danaus, I'm here to see you." Danaus remained motionless. His mother looked at Cerberus with pleading eyes, hoping that he could say something to comfort her son. Cerberus paused and asked, "Madam, can I talk to Danaus alone?" Danaus reflexively grabbed his mother. His mother smiled defensively and asked, "Why, is there anything else you want me to say that you can't hear?" Cerberus knew she would not agree when he heard this, and said, "No. I just want to tell Danaus that the priests in the city are discussing purification, and everything should be fine." Danaus' mother knew about this a long time ago. This is a necessary response to blasphemous incidents in the city-state. She had used this to comfort her son just now, but to no avail. But she still pretended to be very happy and said, "Yes, everything will be fine after the purification." Danaus, you see, Cerberus is not afraid. Danaus still didn't look up, but after a while, he asked sullenly, "Really?" Cerberus looked at his mother and said, "I believe it will. I haven't hurt him. I don't believe that the curse can do anything." Danaus turned his head excitedly and said, I didn't kill him. I just played a prank on him. It wasn't me who killed him." His mother's curse won't come true, right? Cerebus carefully observed his expression and felt that he should be telling the truth. If that's the case, I don't think so. He walked over and sat on one of the two adjacent chairs, pointed at the other with his chin, and said, "Can you tell me what happened that night?" Danais hesitated, left his mother's arms, walked over and sat down, and said, "That night." He described in great detail how he took people out to play that night, where he met Arius, how he locked Arius in the abandoned house, and for the first time admitted that he did hit Arius, but swore to God that he did not hit his head, and the hit was not heavy. Really, Cerebus, please believe me. When we left, he was still banging on the door and shouting. The sound was so loud. If you don't believe me, I can call the slave who played tricks on him that day and let you ask. Cerebus repeatedly and randomly asked him some small details, and his answers were all the same. After so long, Cerebus knew Danais. He was just an ordinary selfish and bad child. With his IQ, he couldn't make up such a logical lie. Arius's death should have nothing to do with him. Of course, there is another possibility. He asked again, could it be that Arius wanted to escape from there and fell down? If so, then Danais would have to bear most of the responsibility for Arius's death. Danais shuddered and said, "No, it must not be like that. My father said he was killed." This was the possibility he was most afraid of, and didn't want to think of. Danais's mother sat on the bed at some point and interrupted, "No, the boy didn't fall to death. My husband said he was stoned to death. They found the stone." Danais was learning these details for the first time. Hearing these terrible words, fall to death and stoned to death, he shuddered again. Cerebus asked, "Madam, do you know how Arius was found to be in trouble? Who found his body? How was it found?" These questions should have been asked to Arius's mother, but unfortunately they could not be asked. Danais's mother said, "It is said that Alexia found her son missing in the middle of the night and looked for him everywhere until dawn. Someone told her that they saw him near the stadium with Danais, so they found him in the abandoned house." Cerebus asked, "Who was that witness?" Danais's mother answered with some meaning in her tone, "It was Milus. You may not know him, but he used to be a very trusted person among the followers of Arius's grandfather. Now he is very frustrated." Danais didn't quite understand. He only understood that this person saw him with Arius and said strangely, "I know Milus, but after meeting Arius, I didn't meet anyone along the way." Cerebus thought for a moment and said, "But I remember Arius's mother said that no one was willing to testify for her. Is Milus unwilling to?" Danais's mother said, "He didn't want to. It is said that he thought it was useless to testify. But he has been with Alexia these days." Cerebus thought this witness was a bit strange, and asked Danais again, "What time was it when you met Arius?" He had asked this question several times just now, but Danais still answered seriously. It was already very late. The moon had risen to the middle of the sky, and there was only a little shadow of the person left. "I played outside with the slaves for a long time, and was going back to sleep." Cerebus asked, "Arius was alone?" Danais said, "Yes." Cerebus was puzzled. So late, what was he doing near the hippodrome alone? These citizens' children were not like him. No matter how ordinary their families were, they would usually be accompanied by slaves when they went out, not to mention it was late at night. It was very strange that Arius appeared there alone. This question should also be answered by Arius's mother, but now there was no way to ask. Danais's mother said, "Maybe his slaves will know the reason." The secrets of a family usually cannot be hidden from the slaves, and they often know more than the master. Cerebus knew what he wanted to know, and said goodbye to his master. Seeing that her son's mood was much more stable, Danais's mother was very grateful to him, and warmly invited him to stay for dinner, but he refused. Before leaving, Danais asked him hesitantly, "Cerebus, if I didn't kill Arius, his mother's curse would not come true, right?" Cerebus said, "I think so." Danais smiled as if he was redeemed. After leaving Danais's house, Cerebus wanted to find Arius's slaves, but he didn't know where Arius's house was. He wanted to ask someone, but seeing that it was getting late, he went home first. When he got home, he found that there was an unexpected guest in the house. It was Cecil B. Although everyone was panicking, Meganus still entertained Cecil B very attentively. When Cecil B got home, he was eating a big pomegranate with relish. Cerberus was a little surprised and asked, "Zooxippoo, why are you here?" Zooxippoo glared at him and said, "You suddenly stopped going to school. I thought something happened to you, and I came to your house to find you every day." Cerberus was even more surprised, looked at Meghana and said, "Didn't Meghana tell you what I was doing?" Zooxippoo said confidently, "She did, but she didn't know when you would come back. And a terrible thing happened during the days you were away, and I wanted to tell you." He showed some fear and said, "Harius is dead. I heard that Danaes killed him." Cerberus said, "You just want to tell me this?" Seeing that he didn't show any surprise, Zooxippoo widened his eyes and said, "You already know? Aren't you afraid? And it's not just because of this. Today, Zooxie announced for some reason that there will be no classes for 5 days starting tomorrow, and the same goes for the grammar school. Meghana said you were back, so I wanted to wait for you and play with you for a while." Cerberus thought that the news had not yet reached the ears of the children. However, it was useless to let them know about such things. It would only cause them to panic. They should not be told. Zooxippus approached him and asked mysteriously, "Why did Danaes kill Harius? Will he be punished?" Cerberus said, "It may not be Danaes who killed him." Zooxippus was convinced and said, "If it wasn't him, who else could it be? It must be him. He always likes to bully Harius. He is so bad." Cerberus didn't know how to defend Danaes. If the real murderer couldn't be found, it seemed that he would always bear the stigma of murderer. Cerberus didn't want this to happen. He was an unpleasant child, and some of his actions could almost be said to be vicious, but he shouldn't pay the price for the crimes of others. Zooxippus said, "I heard that his grandfather was Cleisthenes, so it is very likely that he will not be punished. Harius is so pitiful." We all agreed that we will never pay attention to Danaes again. Cerberus, don't pay attention to him in the future. Chapter 61, Chasing the Murderer, Part 1. After sending Caecilius away, Cerberus thought for a moment, called the male slave Samides and asked, "Samides, do you dare to go out and get some information for me?" Cerberus went out this afternoon and found that after this incident, not only their family, but all families had closed their doors. It would be fine if he accompanied him in the afternoon, but he was worried that the ancient man would be scared if he went out alone, and it was getting dark soon, so he asked this question. Samides had problems with his legs since he was rented to the silver mine by Marcutulis. Cerberus always arranged some light work for him when arranging work, such as he was responsible for cooking when building the house. This time, he needed someone to drive the car back to the city, and he was the one who brought it back. After that accident, he didn't try to be lazy all day long, and became quite tactful. Samides asked, "What does the young master want me to find out?" Cerberus said, "Where does Harius live, and where are his slaves now?" Samides smiled and said, "I know this without going out to ask. Harius's house is not far from ours, just a few streets away. The priests will hold a purification ceremony for the boy and his mother at their house tonight, and of course the slaves are at their house. This is what I heard from the slaves of Danaes' family. Why does the young master want to know this?" Cerberus was a little surprised, but he felt that he should not be surprised. Slaves must have a stronger sense of identity with each other, and gossip spreads faster. He used to pay more attention to female slaves because they could create greater value, and ignored male slaves. There are many things that female slaves are not convenient to do, and in the future he will use them as well. Cerberus said with a hint of testing, "Harius's death is very strange. I want to know why he was alone near the arena late at night, and I also want to know all the abnormal things in their family." Samides was not afraid of the curse, and said confidently, "My young master, please give me half a jar of strong wine with little water. Tomorrow morning, you will know everything you want to know." Cerberus asked him to eat first, and then asked Meghana to bring the wine. After a full meal, he went out excitedly holding the wine jar. It is a pleasure to ask about gossip and life, let alone to ask about it under the order of the master. Samides was a prisoner captured when Athens was at war with other city-states. He was bought by Marcutulis when he was sold in the slave market. He used to be a free man with a wife and children. Once the city-state was defeated, his wife and children died and scattered, and he became a slave, so he was always confused and muddled through. After being leased to the Laurian silver mine as a miner, and going through a life and death crisis, he realized that he still wanted to live very much, and wanted to live well. These days, he has seen that the young master who is now in charge is different from the stingy old master. He is a generous person. Meghana, who has gained his trust, has now become the housekeeper. The young master is very capable. The business of the Marcutalus family is now booming. Meghana will definitely be better in the future than now. He is very envious, and he also wants to be valued by the master. Now the young master values Meghana among the female slaves. There is no one he trusts particularly among the male slaves. He still has a chance. Now whenever the young master sends him an order, he is very diligent and wants to show his skills to the young master. When Shamides went out, it was already night. He carried the wine jar and crossed several streets to the vicinity of Harius's house. He found that many torches were lit inside and outside Harius's house, and the lights were bright. He hid at the corner of the street and looked over there. He saw many male priests wearing short-sleeved priest robes and holding daggers, and female priests holding giant keys coming and going, and crying coming from the mansion in the distance. Shamides didn't dare to go directly over. After thinking for a while, he quietly looked around. As expected, he found two people squatting and peeking in a corner where he could see a little of the courtyard of Harius's house. He approached from behind and asked, "What are you doing?" The two people jumped up in fright. The two people slapped their chests and said, "Who are you? You're so scary." He shook the wine jar and said, "My name is Shamides, a slave. The master asked me to buy wine. I passed by here and saw that you were watching so enthusiastically, so I asked a question." The two people smelled the aroma of wine and sniffed and salivated. One of them said, "You are kidding. There is no tavern nearby. You must have come here to watch the fun. Your wine smells good. Let me have a sip." Shamides pretended to change color, held the wine jar in his arms, and said, "Are you kidding? If the master finds out that there is less wine, I will be whipped." After that, he showed an expression of admiration and said, "But you are brave enough to dare to peek at such a horrible thing. It's a pity that you can't see anything here." Another person said, "Aren't you the same? We are also slaves. The master's house is nearby. I have never seen you before. You must have come here to peek, right? I can't see clearly from here, but I know where I can see clearly. Let me have a little of your wine, and I will take you to see. Don't worry, your master won't find out. Even if he finds out, you can still argue that the owner of the store shortchanged you when he sold it to you." Shamides looked a little moved, but then asked vigilantly, "With such a good position, why don't you go and see it instead of squatting here?" The man said, "It's not easy to get in there, but it's different with this wine." He ran to knock on the door of the house next to Harius's, whispered something to the person who opened the door, and waved to Shamides and the others. The two ran over, and the person who opened the door looked at the wine jar in Shamides' arms, and said with satisfaction, "Coming quickly. The host and hostess are going to help next door tonight. You can lie on the wall and see clearly, and you don't know who else is in my house." The three entered the house, and the person who opened the door locked the door at the back. Several people walked into the courtyard. The two saw several people under the moonlight and exclaimed, "Mulus, crony, why are you here?" One of them replied, "We are not needed for the funeral. It's very scary at home, so we hid out." The person Shamides first spoke to turned around and said excitedly, "Shamides, do you know who this is? This is the slave of Alexius' family." Shamides couldn't believe his luck. Shamides didn't go home until late at night. When he got home, Cerberus was still awake. He excitedly reported to Cerberus what he had learned. "My young master, no one knows why Harius sneaked to the hippodrome. He sneaked out that night, and his mother didn't know either. His mother woke up in the middle of the night and found her bed empty, and then she realized that her son was missing. They searched all night, but couldn't find him. The next afternoon, someone told his mother that she had seen him near the stadium, and they found him in the abandoned house. The slaves and his family suspected that he was going to meet someone, because he had run out like this before. When he went out that time, he was discovered by the slaves, who secretly followed him and saw him talking to a man. But the slaves didn't dare to follow too closely and couldn't tell who it was. Moreover, on the way back, Harrius saw him and begged him not to tell the mistress and gave him some money, so he didn't care anymore. Cerberus murmured to himself, meeting someone. Who could it be? Then he asked Shamides, is there anything else strange in his family? Tell me if there is anything else that is not strange. Shamides said, if there is anything strange, the strangest thing should be that his father does not live with them. It is said that he has married a new wife. By the way, I heard that his father is very rich, but he and his mother are very poor. His slave said that the mistress could not afford a servant, and the young master's servant was actually just an ordinary slave in the family, who could not read at all. He also said that he had seen the mistress worrying about the young master's tuition, and she had to sell her jewelry to raise the money. The prize that the young master won in the Apatolia festival singing competition made the family feel greatly relieved. As he spoke, he suddenly showed a mocking smile. His slave said that the male master never cared about his wife and son, but tonight their family held a funeral in the hall, and the priests bathed the dead and presided over the purification ceremony. I peeked over the wall of his neighbor's house, but saw that the man was crying heartbroken. Chapter 62, Chasing the Murderer, Part 2. Unbeknownst to Cerberus, someone was talking about him. Thanks to that child named Cerberus, Aristides. After he talked to Danae's mood got much better. Danae's father Lucius said. Aristides asked with great interest, what did he say to Danae? Lucius said, he told Danae that, if he didn't do bad things, the curse couldn't hurt people. Aristides was a little relieved. Although he believed that Danae was not bad enough to kill his companions, the fact that Danae could be comforted by these words proved that he was indeed innocent. But he was also a little amused. It turned out that Cerberus's confidence in saying that he was not afraid of the curse came from this. Although the child was smart, he was still a child after all. How could the curse make sense? Besides, Alexia's son was indeed killed, and she cursed the entire city-state. But Cerberus's calmness in the afternoon infected him after all. What about being cursed? Is he going to be in fear and behave inappropriately from now on? Even if he will die tomorrow, he is unwilling to lose his original heart. He wants to face any fate calmly. After Lucius finished speaking, he sighed again and said, if only things were that simple. Cleisthenes, who had lived in a manor in the countryside for many years and had just rushed back to Athens because of this matter, stroked his snow-white beard and smiled. No, this is a wise judgment. Aristides, your little friend is indeed as wise as you said. It seems that there is another smart person in our city-state. I have to find a chance to meet him. Aristides smiled and said, I don't think you will be disappointed. Lucius said worriedly, Father, how do you think we should deal with this matter? This is probably an unprecedented crisis for our family. Cleisthenes said, why worry so much? Didn't that smart little friend point out the solution? Find out the real culprit. Lucius smiled bitterly and said, I can't find any clues. Father, all doubts point to Danae. Before, even I had some doubts about him. Cleisthenes said, a 7-year-old child can't have made enemies with anyone. Without this child, who will get the greatest benefit? Lucius paused and said, the father of that child, Callimachus, married a new wife and had a young son. If Harrius and his mother were gone, they would have nothing to do with the tyrant and the former supporters of the tyrant. In the children's singing competition at the Apatoria festival, Danae competed with the child for a place in the competition. In the end, the child won and won the championship. So there were rumors in the city-state that the supporters of the tyrant were still powerful, even far less than our family. With something like this, the rumors were self-defeating. Cleisthenes stared at him sharply and asked, you didn't do anything about these rumors, did you? Lucius respected his father very much and didn't dare to lie to him. He said with some shame, I didn't, but my brother seems to have contributed to it. Cleisthenes nodded and said, so, it is very likely that Danae was charged with murder on purpose. Then it is also possible that someone deliberately linked our family to this curse involving the entire city-state. Aristides asked in disbelief, teacher, do you mean that someone induced Alexia to make this curse against the entire city-state? This person should also be an Athenian, right? Cleisthenes pondered for a moment and asked, Aristides, do you think cursing a person can really hurt him? Aristides said frankly, I don't know, but people are very afraid of curses. Cleisthenes said, people are afraid of curses, and this is its greatest harm. Aristides hesitated and said, you mean? Cleisthenes said, if you use a curse to attack your enemy on the battlefield, can you hurt him? Aristides was silent for a moment and said, I don't think so. Cleisthenes said, when you first hear what I'm about to say, you may think, Cleisthenes is defending his ancestors, or, Cleisthenes has no fear of the gods. But I still want to tell you, because you are such a smart and noble young man, I hope you will not stick to the opinions instilled by others in anything, but think about it with your own mind. I hope you will think about everything in your heart first. Why is this happening? What is the purpose of doing this? Are his words consistent with his actions? This is true even for me. You must know why the Alcmaean family is called a cursed family. Aristides nodded and said, when Megacles, the ancestor of the Alcmaeonid family, was the archon of the city-state, Solon conspired to establish himself as a tyrant. After the failure, his accomplices hid in the temple and asked for asylum. Megacles pretended to agree to forgive them, but killed them after they walked out of the temple. Since then, the Alcmaeonid family has been called the cursed family. Cleisthenes said, yes. Then of course you also know what happened afterwards. After Megacles died, his body was dug out of the grave and exposed, and the Alcmaeonid family was expelled from Athens. Several generations of our family have made countless efforts and paid a great price. It was not until recent years that we were able to return to Athens with the merit of expelling the tyrant. Aristides said, I know. Cleisthenes asked, do you think the Alcmaeonid family was expelled because they were cursed, so that the gods brought disaster to Athens, and the sinners had to be expelled in order to obtain the gods' forgiveness? Aristides hesitated and said, I think so. Cleisthenes asked, then do you know what kind of disaster it was that year? Aristides said, I don't know. Cleisthenes said, there was no rain that winter, which caused the fields to dry up, and the harvest was very poor the next year. Such disasters always occur in Athens every few years. Aristides was silent. He knew that Cleisthenes was telling the truth. Cleisthenes said, it was not the curse that caused the Alcmaean family to be exiled, but the death of Megacles. Aristides said with difficulty, Cleisthenes, are you trying to say that the will of the gods does not exist, and it is interests that control our behavior? Cleisthenes' grey eyes flashed with the wisdom of an old man who had seen the world. Of course the will of the gods exists, but there are many things that are done in the name of the gods. Smart people should carefully distinguish whether it is people or gods who are pushing behind the scenes. Aristides murmured, if this was done by someone to target the Alcmaean family, then he is really terrible. Harius is only 7 years old. Cleisthenes patted him on the shoulder and said, so, don't spend too much time on the curse. Find the murderer and make him pay for his crime. Let the law punish him, instead of relying on the curse of a desperate mother. Chapter 63, Chasing the Murderer, Part 2. After listening to Shamide's words, Cerberus did not jump to conclusions. He thought for a while and asked again, who is the witness who saw Harius near the stadium? Did you ask? Shamide said, I asked. His name is Milanus. We have seen him, the tall and thin man who dragged Alexia in the square. I heard that this man was a loyal follower of the tyrant in the past. The slaves of Alexia's family said that he helped their master when she was in trouble. He is much better than their male master. Cerberus thought for a while and said, I want to go to the abandoned house and see this person. It was late at night and nothing could be done. It had to wait until tomorrow. The two went to bed separately. The next morning, Cerberus arranged for Shamides to drive the ox cart out of the city to deliver supplies, and he walked to the stadium where Harius had the accident. Athenians are used to being active in the afternoon and evening, and there are not many people on the streets early in the morning. Cerberus found the abandoned house, looked around, and then walked over. Perhaps because of the murder, the door of the abandoned house was locked. The door was old and worn, but he pushed it, and it was still strong, and could not be opened. He walked around the wall to see if there was a place to climb over. The mud brick wall was painted with white lime and was scribbled by naughty children with coal or something else. Of course, there might be adults, because some places also wrote XXX is a beautiful boy or XXX loves XXX and other love confessions. These sentences are often written on the walls or fired pottery of Athenians, usually by adults. This abandoned house is close to the stadium, and there are especially many such sentences. Because there was no owner, the wall was a little damaged, and there were gaps in some places. Cerberus found a gap and climbed in. The previous owner of this house might be a rich man. The courtyard was large and overgrown with weeds. Some houses collapsed, and it looked gloomy even in broad daylight. Cerberus waded through the weeds and came to the courtyard, where Herius' body was found. This place was trampled all over the place. It should be that many people came here after Herius' body was found. Nothing can be seen, but there was a place where the grass was particularly flattened. There were large brown blood stains on the ground and some grass leaves were also stained with blood. Just looking at these traces, it is impossible to determine whether it is the first scene. Cerberus carefully searched around, trying to find the murder weapon that killed Herius. Finally, he found a blood-stained stone in a hidden bush. It was a round stone that can be seen everywhere in Athens. He was not a forensic doctor and had not performed an autopsy, so he could not be sure whether it was a murder weapon. If this was indeed a murder weapon, Danaus' suspicion was ruled out again. There was no other reason. The stone was too big, and it was not a weapon that the 7-year-old Danaus could use. Cerberus returned to the bloodstain again. He thought this location was strange. With so much blood, this place might be the first scene. If it was not the first scene, why did the murderer put him here? If it was to hide the body, this place was not hidden. If it was the first scene, what was Herius doing standing here? This place is so gloomy during the day, and it is conceivable that it must be even more terrifying in the eyes of children at night. If you are locked up here, your first reaction must be to escape. Cerberus walked to the door and observed, and found that there were indeed many tiny new marks on the door, which were as tall as him. He stretched out his hand to simulate the situation of leaving these marks, and thought that they should be left when Herius tried to open the door. He stretched out his hand and pulled the door hard, and the old door leaf was banged by him. A terrified scream came from outside the door, and a series of panicked footsteps quickly went away. Cerberus, which unlucky guy who got up early and happened to pass by, was scared by him. He turned around to look at the bloodstain. What was Herius doing in the middle of the courtyard when he couldn't open the door? According to common sense, he should look along the wall to see if there was a place to climb out. Even if he was very timid and didn't dare to look for it, there was no reason to run to the middle of the courtyard. It was facing the dark entrance of the house hall. It should look quite scary at night, right? Cerberus searched along the wall to see if there were any traces left by Herius. The weeds were so thick that after 2 or 3 days, nothing could be seen on the ground. But the inner wall was painted with white plaster. Although it was badly damaged and dirty, it was precisely because of this that some new traces would be very conspicuous. Cerberus indeed found some traces of a child trying to climb out at a gap. But the gap was too high from the ground, and he failed. Cerberus checked the other gaps again. Except for the gap he climbed in, which was lower, the other places were not badly damaged. It was not a place that a child could easily climb out of, and there were no traces. But the gap he climbed in was behind a house, and it might be difficult to find at night. Cerberus checked the entire mansion again, including the interior of the house. Except for the one in the middle of the courtyard, there was no bloodstain anywhere else. It is very likely that Herius was killed there, and the murderer did not move him afterwards. Why did he run to the middle of the courtyard? If the murderer had brought him there, why would he do that? Just as Cerberus was thinking about this question, there was a sound of unlocking outside the courtyard gate, and then the door creaked open, and a tall young man walked in. The man saw Cerberus, turned his head to look at the door lock, and asked in great surprise, "Cerb, why are you here?" Cerberus was also surprised and said, "Aristides, why are you here?" Aristides walked quickly to his side and said, "Are you alone here? How did you get in?" Cerberus pointed to the gap through which he had climbed in and said, "I'm alone. I climbed in from there." Aristides walked to the edge of the gap and looked out, then turned around and said to him reproachfully, "Cerub, what happened to Harius here, and we don't know who did it? How could you run to such a remote place alone? What if you encounter an accident?" Cerberus said, "I don't think the murderer is still here." Aristides frowned and said, "Even so, someone just died here. Aren't you afraid? Many adults don't dare to come here. You weird kid, you are too brave." He used to think that Cerberus was very smart and was indeed favored by the gods, but this time Cerberus's behavior exceeded his cognition. The people of the whole city-state, including the foreigners and metic living in Athens, were terrified by the curse. It was strange that Cerberus, a 7-year-old child, dared to appear alone in the murder place. Cerberus had no intention of challenging the cognitive limit of the ancients, and explained, "I don't think Danaus killed Harius, but it seems that no one cares about this. I want to come here to see if there are any clues that can help find that person. Finding the real murderer may calm the anger of Harius' mother." Aristides was silent for a while and said, "Is that so? Did you find anything?" Cerberus pointed out the traces and round stones he found and told him what he found strange. After hearing this, Aristides carefully checked the mansion inside and outside again. He felt very strange and couldn't help but think of Cleisthenes' inference. He asked Cerberus, "What do you want to do next?" Cerberus looked at him and said, "I want to ask the witness who saw Harius near the stadium on the night of the accident." But he was worried that the man would not pay attention to him if he went there. Aristides came at the right time. Aristides said, "I will go with you." They walked out of the abandoned house and happened to meet Callimachus' funeral procession for Alexia and Harius. Harius could hardly pay the tuition when he was alive, and Callimachus was unwilling to give them a penny, but after his death, he spent a lot of money to hold a luxurious funeral for them. 2 luxurious carriages with 2 horses pulled to snow-white marble coffins, one large and one small, and paraded around the city. Callimachus and many relatives and friends were dressed in black, crying and beating their chests, and were extremely sad. In addition, he also hired some old women who specialized in mourning. These people also cried very hard and the momentum was very huge. At the end of the team, a flute player played a melancholy elegy, which set off a very sad atmosphere. Aristides and Cerberus stepped aside to let the funeral procession pass. After the coffin passed, he pointed to a tall and thin man among the relatives and friends dressed in black and said, "That's Milanus." They stood far away, and there were many people watching on the street. The sound of mourning was still loud, but Milanus looked up at them, as if he had telepathy, and his eyes were very sharp, like 2 sharp knives. Cerberus asked, "He is also in the funeral procession. Is he a relative of Harius' family?" Aristides said, "Not really a relative. He was once a good friend of the tyrant." Cerberus asked, "Are there many people like him in the procession?" Aristides glanced at him and said, "Except for Alexia's husband and those old women, the rest are the tyrant's friends and their families. Callimachus doesn't seem to have any relatives here. Alexia's relatives all left Athens with the tyrant, and no one came." Cerberus looked at the funeral procession of more than 100 people and said in surprise, "So many?" Aristides said, "Less than 1/10 of them are here. Many people didn't come." While they were talking, people kept joining the funeral procession. Cerberus asked thoughtfully, "Does this funeral have any special meaning to them?" Aristides frowned and said, "Maybe. This situation is not right." Chapter 64, Chasing the Murderer, Part 3. Aristides and Cerberus followed the procession. The mourners gathered more and more people watched. The funeral procession circled the city for a week without stopping. Aristides said, "Go home and don't come out yet. Tell your family not to come out yet, Cerberus." Cerberus was not a person who didn't know the importance of the matter. His small body of 6 or 7 years old couldn't help here at all. He was just a burden. Hearing this, he said goodbye to Aristides and turned back home. On the way, he met Cerberus, who was watching the fun, and took him home. In the afternoon, the news spread that the funeral procession circled the city 3 times, attracting almost all the people in Athens. Instead of leaving the city to the cemetery, it surrounded Lucius's house and almost violently attacked it. Fortunately, the guards in the city had been notified and prepared. They followed them in armor and sharp weapons, and stopped them when they saw that the situation was not right. Those people surrounded Lucius's house and shouted blood for blood, forcing the people in the mansion to hand over the murderer. Lucius's family had originally closed the door and refused to respond, but they were forced to propose that the trial be held in the municipal square by the people's jury, and that all the people in the city, including foreigners, Mexican slaves, could attend. The public trial began in the afternoon, and Aristides came to pick up Cerberus because he might need to testify. Chrysippus had to go with him. The municipal square was packed with people. Not only were all the open spaces in the square crowded, but even the walls, roofs and trees of the nearby houses were crowded with people. Cerberus had always thought that Athens was a small city with not many people, but looking at it this way, there were not a lot of people at all. It was just like what he saw in documentaries later, like the train stations during the Chinese Spring Festival travel rush. Chrysippus followed Aristides and Cerberus and squeezed through the crowd, all confused. He had never seen so many people before. There would be many people having fun on the streets during major festivals, but people would not gather together like this. In fact, today's experience made him a little confused. Harius was buried today, and as a classmate, he and a few friends decided to go and see him off. There were too many people on the street and they were separated. They happened to meet Cerberus, who always kept people at a distance, but he insisted on having him go to his house. After playing at Cerberus's house for half a day, Aristides, a famous figure in the city, suddenly came and asked Cerberus to testify about Harius' death. Chrysippus thought it was just an ordinary court, which was frightening enough, so he insisted on following. Now he was completely stunned when he saw that it was a public trial watched by the whole nation. After squeezing through the crowd to the center of the square, Chrysippus heard a lot of discussions. Most people believed that Danaus could indeed be killed because of the curse. Xerxes was both afraid and puzzled, and quietly asked Cerberus, "What do they mean by curse?" Cerberus said, "It's none of our business, don't ask too much." He was not convinced, and directly asked an adult who was saying this, "What is the curse you are talking about?" The adult looked down at him, and laughed and scolded, "Why are you asking so many questions, kid?" The center of the square was not so crowded, and there was an open space in the center with 2 coffins. Some people in black mourning clothes stood next to the coffins. The people of the Alcmaean family and the pale-faced Danaus stood on the other side. A simple platform was temporarily built between the 2 groups of people. The king Archon stood on the platform, and the 500 jurors of the people's jury stood solemnly and surrounded them in the middle. After all the people arrived, the public trial began. The king Archon asked Callimachus to go on stage first to explain why they attacked the houses. Callimachus seemed to be very flustered and stammered. He said that he did not attack the house, and that he was not the one who attacked. Then he said that he did not do it on purpose, but he was too excited about his son being killed, and lost control for a while. After he finished speaking, Danaus' father Lucius came on stage and questioned him that he surrounded his house and shouted such slogans, obviously wanting to kill his son, and asked him to show evidence that could prove that Danaus was the murderer. Callimachus certainly could not produce any, so he could only emphasize that Harius was often bullied by Danaus, and that there were witnesses who saw them together that night. Lucius asked whether such evidence could prove that a 7-year-old child killed a peer. Callimachus knew that this was far from enough, and he didn't even believe that his son was killed by the boy of the same age, and he was even more hesitant and speechless. Molinus, who had been standing next to the coffin, seemed to be unable to bear it, so he pulled him down and went on stage himself. He did not argue with Lucius about the topic of evidence, but only accused Danaus of being domineering, what he had done, and how he had bullied Harius, implying that he was cruel by nature, and it was not surprising that he had killed people. He emphasized that Alexius' terrible curse was now in extreme danger for the entire city-state, and everyone was in danger. He also emphasized that Alexius' curse was mainly aimed at Danaus, and specifically named him. He implied that killing Danaus would eliminate Alexius' resentment and remove the danger to the city-state. His words were very inflammatory. After the debate between Lucius and Callimachus, people had begun to doubt whether Danaus had killed anyone, but when he said this, not many people paid attention to the truth. Many people looked at Danaus and the members of Alchemaeon's family with strange eyes. To be honest, if the terrible curse could be removed, it would not be unreasonable to let a child sacrifice for the city-state. After listening to Milena's words, Cerberus said to Aristides, "This man is very suspicious." Aristides was startled and asked hurriedly, "Why do you say that?" Cerberus said, "He is a witness who saw Herius and Danaus together that night. My slaves learned from the slaves of Herius's family that Herius sometimes sneaked out to meet someone at night. No one knows why Herius went to the vicinity of the stadium that night. It is very likely that he went to meet that person again. A slave in his family saw that person once, and I want him to identify him to see if he is this person. In order to prevent the case from being brought up at the public trial, all people who have something to do with the case are here, including the slaves of Herius's family." Aristides looked over there and said, "I'll go with you to ask him." The two walked over, and Aristides asked, "Who is the slave who saw Herius go out in the middle of the night?" A slave with a red nose hesitated and said, "It's me." Aristides asked, "Look at the man on the stage. Is he the one who met your young master that night?" The slave stared and identified for a long time, and said, "I was far away that night, and couldn't see his face clearly, but he looked very similar." Aristides and Cerberus looked at each other. If it was really this person, then he was very suspicious. Why did Herius hide from others, and go to the stadium to meet him, so late at night? Did he leave after seeing Herius and Danaus walking together? He acted as if he cared about Alexia and her son. He had been taking care of Alexia after Herius' death, but his remarks just now clearly showed that he didn't care who the real murderer was. He was just fanning the flames and wanted to kill Danaus. Cerberus was very curious about his purpose. What grudge could Danaus, a child of 6 or 7 years old, have against an adult? Aristides believed that Danaus had not killed anyone, and he also thought that his behavior was very strange. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 65, Chasing the Murderer, Part 4. Cerberus asked Aristides, "Does this man have hatred with Lucius?" Aristides simply said, "He is a good friend of the tyrant Hippias, and was once a powerful figure in Athens." Cerberus immediately understood, just looking at the exclusion that Herius suffered in school, you can know what these people are in Athens. Cleisthenes, who directly caused all this, must be hated by them to the bone, and it is completely reasonable to have a chance to retaliate against his grandson. Milenas is a good friend of Herius's grandfather, and it is very likely that Herius sneaked out to see him at night. After Herius's accident, he seemed to take good care of Alexia, and he served as the driver of the carriage at this funeral. He should have a good relationship with Alexia and her son. But after Herius's death, he had no interest in tracking down the real murderer, and was only determined to kill Danaus. Did he already know who the murderer was? Even, is it possible that he was the one who did it? Cerberus couldn't help but have some doubts. He said to Aristides, "Is there any way to test this person? Ask him whether he saw Herius and Danaus together before or after he met Herius." Aristides was very perceptive and asked, "Do you suspect he is the murderer?" Cerberus did not deny it and said, "He is suspicious, isn't he? If he was the one who met Herius, why did he meet with a 7-year-old child secretly in the middle of the night and dare not let anyone know about such a big thing?" But he was still a little confused about Milan's motives. If it was just to retaliate against Cleisthenes, killing a 7-year-old boy on his side, to frame the other party, wouldn't the price of advantage be too high? Aristides knew the political situation of the city-state better than Cerberus, and he had no doubt about this. Once Herius died, the benefits that these supporters of the tyrant could gain were too great. In the past few years, since the tyrant left, the situation of these people in the city has become increasingly difficult, and people's hostility towards them has become increasingly greater. If this trend continues, they will sooner or later follow the tyrant's footsteps, and cannot stay in Athens. The incident with Herius gave them more than a chance to catch their breath, but the whole game was in jeopardy. After this incident, whether the citizens of the city-state sympathized with the fate of Harius and his son, or feared Alexia's curse, Cleisthenes' prestige plummeted. If they could force Lucius to abandon his son, it might even be possible for them to regain some of their political rights. Cerberus' suspicion was very likely. Lucius was refuting Milan's words on the stage. He was also eloquent, but his arguments seemed pale and powerless to the frightened people. Aristides stepped forward to interrupt him, whispered a few words to him, and handed him something. He looked down for a while, staring at Milan in surprise. The people who were originally a little impatient were attracted by this little episode. Lucius stared at Milan for a moment and asked, "Milan, did you see Danaus and Harius together before, or after you met Harius?" The jurors were aroused by this unexpected information. Milan looked flustered for a moment, but then reacted quickly and said, "What? Harius didn't go to the stadium to meet me. You are slandering me." Lucius glanced in the direction of the witnesses and said, "You know I'm not slandering you. Harius is such a young child. How could he sneak out late at night without alarming anyone? Their slave followed him and saw you secretly meeting. Do you want to confront him?" The slave was very uneasy after hearing what Lucius said. Cerberus whispered to comfort him, saying, "I'm not asking you to perjure yourself, but if no one asks you a question directly, please keep silent. Answer it when someone asks you." The slave calmed down a little. Milan also looked in the direction of the witnesses. Aristides had returned here, and he and Cerberus stood on each side of the slave. Milan was silent for a while, and then said, "I met Harius, because this boy was so pitiful. For some reasons, he was often bullied. His father ignored him and his mother. Once, they encountered some difficulties, and I helped them. He was very grateful and trusted me. I think he lacked the love of elders of the same sex. He often came to me to talk about his problems. But his mother didn't want to contact us old acquaintances, so we met privately. That night, I met Harius, before he was with Danaus. We talked for a while and he left. I walked behind, and saw Danaus talking to him. But I thought they were classmates after all, so I didn't care too much. I never thought that such a thing would happen. I didn't expect Danaus, a child, to be so cruel. After Harius died, I blamed myself very much. I should have sent him home. That's why I was so fierce and wanted to fight for justice for him. The reason why I didn't mention this matter before was because I was afraid of unnecessary trouble." Lucius asked, "Aren't you afraid that people will find out that you are more likely to be the murderer than Danaus?" Milan looked somewhat helpless and said, "I knew that if I said this, you would hold on to it, and use it to exonerate the boy. But he has already admitted that he brought slaves to beat Harius that night and locked him up in the abandoned house. Are you sure that the wound on Harius' head was not caused by him accidentally?" Lucius said to the jurors, "But we found the murder weapon that killed him in the abandoned house." He walked up to the consul and the jurors and showed them a round stone. "Please look at this stone. There is still blood on it. It was found in the grass of the abandoned house. I believe it is a stone that killed Harius. Is it something that a 7-year-old boy can easily pick up and kill people? The person who used it must be an adult man with strong arms." The consul and the jurors passed the stone stained with dark brown blood, and everyone who saw it cast a suspicious look at Milan. When Milan saw the stone, his pupils suddenly shrank. He said, "Who can prove that this stone is the murder weapon that killed Harius? Who can prove that you found it in the abandoned house and didn't forge it yourself? We found nothing on the day we found Harius. It has been so long. Who knows where this stone came from?" Lucius said to the jurors, "This is brought by Aristides. I would like to ask him to tell me the origin of this stone." The presiding judge asked Aristides to come on stage. Aristides took Cerberus to the stage and swore to God that every word he said was true. Then he said, "This stone was found by me and the Son of God in the abandoned house today." Then he detailed how he went to the abandoned house and met Cerberus there. Cerberus also swore solemnly and described the process of discovering the stone. Milan laughed as if he was very amused and said, "These two people are closely related to the Alcmaean family. One is a close friend of Cleisthenes, and the other is just the son of a small merchant who has just obtained citizenship, but he studies in the grammar school of Alcmaean. They have made such unfavorable testimonies against me. Citizens, do you think their testimonies are credible?" Aristides frowned and asked seriously, Milan, are you accusing us of perjury? Perjury is a very serious accusation, almost equivalent to accusing a person of blasphemy. Miran said, Aristides, you have accused me of murder. Your friendship with Cleisthenes is well known to everyone. Can't I have some reasonable suspicion? After all, this was an era without trace identification. Although Miran admitted that he had seen Harius alone on the night of the murder, and the round stone brought by Aristides also increased his suspicion, no one caught his hand that night. Harius's father had no intention of avenging him, and he was very careful in his words afterwards, so this public trial ultimately did not reveal anything. However, Lucius was not too disappointed. He had a verbal battle with Miran. Although he failed to make Miran confess, he also made people realize that his son Danes was not the only suspect in this cruel case, and was not even the most suspicious person. The hostility of the Athenians towards their family and their son had subsided a lot, and they were already satisfied. But Cerberus was very dissatisfied. Chapter 66, Chasing the Murderer, Part 5. Cerberus has always believed that the greatest significance of punishing the murderer is not to comfort the soul of the deceased, but to allow the living to move forward. However, the death of Harius did not seem to be a big obstacle to his father's progress. During the public trial, Callimachus was only worried about his own situation, and did not show any sadness for his son's experience. But although the living did not care, Cerberus was still unwilling to let the murderer go. He wanted to do something for Harius. After the public trial, people dispersed, and the onlookers, jurors, and other witnesses left one after another. Aristides said, Cerebius, let's go too. Cerberus did not move. Aristides patted his shoulder and said, don't be disappointed, we will continue to collect evidence. If the murderer is Milanus, I will file a lawsuit next time, and I must make him receive the punishment he deserves. In vicious cases like this, although people who are not blood relatives are not qualified to kill directly for revenge, they can file a lawsuit. Especially since Harius's case seriously endangers the security of the city-state, everyone has the obligation to catch the murderer. Cerberus looked at Milan, who had not left yet. Milan's eyes were cast across the crowd. The two looked at each other for a moment, and Cerberus said softly, of course. Cerberus and Aristides left, and walked to a place with fewer people and less noise. Cerberus said, Aristides, I think there may not be no one who saw the murderer when he committed the crime. Aristides asked in surprise, what do you mean? Cerberus said, when we checked the abandoned house, there were traces of human activities in some rooms. There are many homeless people in Athens, and it is very likely that someone has settled there. But these people are usually not Athenians. Even if they see it, they are probably afraid of getting into trouble, and will not come out to meddle in other people's business. Aristides thought of the traces of entering and exiting the gap in the wall, and even the curved path in the courtyard was trampled out, and thought he was right. The two walked directly towards the hippodrome. The hippodrome was the favorite leisure place for Athenian men, and it was always lively. People here exercise, compete, socialize, and talk about love. There is a large flow of people, and there are always 3 or 5 beggars squatting near the entrance waiting for alms. But today is a public trial, and people are crowded into the square to watch the excitement. Even the beggars are no exception. Aristides and Cerberus waited for a while, and then 2 beggar-like people came over, talking and laughing, and squatted in their usual place. Cerberus walked over, took out a few opals, and threw them in his hand, and the eyes of the 2 beggars suddenly lit up. Cerberus asked, what are your names? The 2 beggars rushed to say their names. Cerberus said, when I passed by here in the past, I always saw several people begging here. Why are there only 2 of you today? The thinner of the 2 beggars replied, it's not just us 2. We all went to see the public trial. We 2 walked faster, and came back first. The lame man and the old water clock fell behind. One of them has a lame leg and the other is old, and can hardly walk. There are so many people on the street today. By the time they squeeze back, it will probably be dark. Ha ha ha. Cerberus put opals in front of them and said, I want to hear some news. The 2 beggars fought for the coins, each grabbed a few, and stuffed them into their arms. The thin beggar said earnestly, what do you want to know? There is nothing we don't know about the hippodrome and the surrounding area. We even know who each of those beautiful boys in the hippodrome loves in his heart. Cerebus said, I want to know how many homeless people like you there are in the area from the city gate to the hippodrome. The thin beggar thought for a while and said, that's a lot. If you only ask beggars, there are 30 or 40. In addition, there are many poor sailors who can't afford to rent a house. Like us, they live wherever there is no one to drive them away, and can shelter from the wind and rain. There are also some poor foreigners who have just come to Athens, and have nowhere to stay, so they will squeeze in with us. Cerebus asked with a smile, where do you two live? The thin beggar pointed to the hippodrome and said, it's so hot now, you can sleep anywhere. There is no one guarding the hippodrome at night, so we two brothers live in the hippodrome. It's cool. Cerebus pointed to the abandoned house and asked, who lives there? The expressions of the two beggars suddenly became alert. The stronger beggar asked, why are you asking about this? No one lives there. Cerebus took out another brand new owl coin. The glittering silver coin reflected the sparkling light, and the eyes of the two beggars turned red. They swallowed and exchanged glances. The thin beggar said firmly, we really don't know. Cerebus put away the coin and said, forget it. As you said, there are many beggars around here, and someone else must know. The thin beggar hurriedly stopped him and said, no, I'll tell you. Really, this is a secret. He said mysteriously, the person who lived here before was a bad-tempered old sailor named Cordrus, and a little baby he picked up. After the murder that night, he disappeared with the baby. We all guessed that he must have seen something. Cerebus was delighted, and he looked at Aristides, and asked them again, what does Cordrus look like? The thin beggar described it in detail. After getting the information he wanted to know, Cerebus generously threw the silver coins to them and said, thank you. If you know anything about them, go to the house of Marcutulus in the village of Berenice and tell me. I will reward you handsomely. The thin beggar cleverly grabbed the silver coin, stuffed it into his arms, smiled, and said repeatedly, of course. Of course. After Cerebus and Aristides left, the two beggars started fighting for it. The stronger beggar reached into his companion's arms to grab the silver coin, saying, this money is for the two of us. Half of it is mine. Give it to me. The thin beggar tried his best to block it, saying, I answered all his questions. This is for me. No. The two started fighting and rolled on the ground. Just as they were fighting, someone suddenly pulled them apart. One of the people pulling them was a cripple, and the other was an old woman with white hair, two missing teeth, and painted red lips. The old woman smiled and said, why are two sweethearts fighting? Are they fighting for who will enjoy Shuzan's sweet body tonight? It seems a bit early to fight now. Maybe Shuzan will have guests tonight. The thin beggar said, Pa, you old woman whose breasts are drier than your purse, who wants to sleep with you? Who is so blind as to come to prostitute you? While he was talking, the strong beggar took the opportunity to tug on his clothes, and the silver coin fell out of his arms and rolled to the ground. Shuzan took a look and picked up the silver coin before the two beggars with agility that was totally inconsistent with his age. Looking at the goddess head portrait on the front of the silver coin, he exclaimed, long lost goddess Athena, where did you get this? The thin beggar rushed over to snatch it away. The strong beggar pressed the thin beggar to the ground and tried to grab it with his hands. The thin beggar could not resist his strength and hurriedly said, okay, half each. We will go to the money changer to exchange it. Half each. The strong beggar snatched the silver coin away and said, I want to keep it. Shuzan and the lame man stared at the coins greedily, but knew they could not beat the two men, so they did not rush forward to snatch it. Seeing that the two beggars were about to leave, Shuzan hurriedly stopped them and asked in a pretentiously sweet tone, two lovely boys, you haven't told me where you got this charming coin. The thin beggar turned around and smiled maliciously. It was the poor boy Aristides you like very much. He just brought a rich little boy to inquire about the news, and the child gave us two brothers a reward. Maybe he will come again to ask something else, and you can make a fortune from him. Shuzan snorted, if he really comes to ask for news again, I don't want him to pay, I want him to sleep with me. What news did he ask, that he paid you so much money? The thin beggar laughed, you wishful ugly old woman, don't disgust me. Shuzan confidently straightened his skinny chest and said, disgusting? If he sleeps with me, he will know how good I am. What did he ask you? The thin beggar said, I can't tell you that. The stronger beggar said, they want to know who lives in the abandoned house. The thin beggar punched him and said, you idiot, why did you tell us? Maybe someone will come and ask, and we can make another fortune. The stronger beggar hit him back and said, how can there be so many people asking? What's the harm in telling her? Besides, I didn't say that the boy also wanted to know where Caudles was. If I tell him, he will give more money. The thin beggar was so angry that he shouted, you stupid idiot. He wanted to hit him again, but was afraid that he would fight back, so he held back and turned to Shuzong and the cripple and said, you'll get a big bargain. I also know that boy. He is Cerberus, the son of God. If any of you knows where Caudles is, tell him and share the reward with us. Shuzong laughed so hard that she fell backwards. After they left, she murmured to herself, is that old fellow Caudles a simple man? He wants to sell him out to make money. What a wish. As she spoke, she suddenly rolled her eyes, her expression unexpectedly charming like a girl, and asked herself, who is Aristides asking about living in the abandoned house? She remembered the situation during the public trial, and suddenly realized it. She said ecstatically, I'm going to get rich. She picked up her dirty skirt and ran away. The lame man called her name, and chased her for a few steps, but couldn't catch up, so he had to give up. Milanus returned home with a lot on his mind, feeling very upset. None of the purposes of the parade he carefully planned today were achieved. He originally wanted to incite Hippias's old people to seize the Acropolis, kill the powerful people in the city, and welcome Hippias back. But he didn't expect the guards in the city to react so quickly, and they had already caught up with the parade to guard against them. He had no choice but to lead the procession to Lucius's house, hoping to create an opportunity to help Callimachus, the snob, to personally kill the boy who always bullied Harius, to vent Harius' anger, and severely hit the political reputation of Alcmaeon's family, and by the way, to teach Callimachus a lesson. Unexpectedly, their family had been prepared, and the slaves guarded the mansion very tightly, and they did not let them rush in. The worst thing was that during the public trial, the damn slave's testimony completely reversed the situation, and his layout was almost ruined. Harius, this stupid boy, is not good at anything, and he can't even do such a small thing as not letting people know that they met. He is so stupid. His mother is so obedient. He only guided her a few words, and Alexia did the thing so beautifully, making the whole city lose reason and fall into fear. But once the damn slave's testimony came out, he didn't need to guess how the public opinion in the city would change. He, Milas, an adult man and a 7-year-old child, both could not prove their innocence. Who would people think was more like the murderer? He turned his lips and cursed silently. When he was about to step into the house, a smelly white-haired old woman suddenly rushed over from the side, grinning at him with bright red lips, and said, Milas, I have a piece of news to sell you. The old woman was dirty and ugly, but Milas felt that her facial features were a little familiar. He looked at her and asked suspiciously, what news do you want to sell me? The old woman stretched out her hand and said, Limming. Milas sneered, you want to blackmail me? Are you worthy? The old woman smiled and said, the abandoned house where Harris died has always been occupied by people. Chapter 67, Chasing the Murderer, Part 6. Miran's face suddenly changed. Shuzong smiled and stretched out his hand again. Miran took off a pigeon blood ruby ring from his finger and threw it to her, saying, this ring is worth more than 1 mina. Shuzong took the ring and turned it gently towards the light to watch the brilliance of the gemstone. Then she winked at Miran with satisfaction, put it on her hand, and said, an old sailor named Caudulus lived in that abandoned house with a baby girl. After that night, they disappeared. This ring is beautiful. I have another piece of news for you. Someone is looking for him. After that, she twisted her waist and walked away. Miran looked at her back and suddenly remembered who she was, the most famous high-class prostitute in Athens 30 years ago, nicknamed Water Clock, because she would put a water clock in the room when she received guests and drive them away at a certain time. Miran looked at the direction she left and narrowed his eyes. An old prostitute also wanted to blackmail him? Shuzong turned the gem ring face to hold it in her palm. On the way back to the arena, she opened her hand and raised it to admire the sunlight in fascination. The gem was rich in color and there were little flames dancing inside. She was intoxicated by the enchanting gem light, as if she had returned to her youth. She was so beautiful at that time. Everyone who saw her was fascinated by her. People offered a lot of gold coins, precious jewels, and expensive clothes to ask for her favor, but she was not as stupid as other high-class prostitutes who would give up their income for handsome faces and sweet words. She was like the coldest and fairest businessman. She would spend as much time with whoever paid as much as she paid, so she got the nickname Shuzang. Unfortunately, the money she earned was still not enough for her to live comfortably until she was old. How long had she not seen such a beautiful gem? When she was about to reach the arena, she turned to a secluded place, untied a belt from her underwear, took off the ring, and planned to use the belt to thread the ring and tie it to her body with a few knots. It was different now. No man would bring the jewelry to her and beg her for favor. She had to keep it for self-defense. When she was putting the ring on with her belt, a hand with thick joints suddenly reached out from the side and snatched the ring. A strange man's rough voice mocked, "Old woman, you are wearing this thing. Where did you steal it from?" Shuzang said anxiously, "Give it back to me," and rushed towards the hand. The owner of the hand was a tall and strong man with a fierce face. He kicked her in the stomach and kicked her into the air. Shuzang hit the wall and fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She closed her eyes and did not move. The man stepped forward and kicked her a few more times, but she did not react at all. The man squatted down to test her breathing and said in surprise, "Is she dead now?" As if he felt it was boring, he said TSK and walked away with the ring. After his footsteps disappeared for a while, Shuzang's corpse fingers suddenly moved and opened his eyes. She struggled to get up, and blood came out of her mouth again. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Milan, you are playing this trick with my grandmother." She had already realized something was wrong when she tried to grab the ring, but it was too late to hide at that time. She had to pretend to be dead after being kicked. It turned out that this move was very wise. If it was just for robbery, who would carefully confirm whether the other party was dead after getting the thing? That person came for her life. Except for the blackmailing of Milan just now, she had not offended anyone recently. It was just a ring, but he wanted her life, this VIP. She would not let him go. She struggled for a long time before she could barely get up. She bent over, covered her stomach with one hand, and staggered to a place where there were people with one hand holding the wall. She grabbed a person's clothes and said with her last strength, "Send me to Alchemian's house. I have news to tell Cleisthenes." After that, her eyes went dark, and she really fainted. When Shuzang woke up again, she was in the public doctor's clinic. Although she was in great pain all over, especially in her stomach, the woman's desire for revenge made her ignore the pain. She grabbed the first person who passed by her and hoarsely said, "Where is Cleisthenes? I have important news to tell him." The man seemed to be the assistant of the public doctor and said, "Cleisthenes is not here, but one of his sons is here. Do you want to see him?" Shuzang said, "Anyone from the Alchemian family will do." The man left for a moment, and a man in his 30s came over and said, "I'm Dodges, the son of Aristides. You may know me. Do you have any news to tell us?" Shuzang endured the pain and grabbed his hand and said, "Milan's. He wants to kill me because I know his secret. You should sue him quickly, and I will testify for you by making him drink hemlock juice. I can prove that he killed the child named Haris." Dodges was surprised and said, "Can you prove that he killed Haris?" Shuzang rolled his eyes and said, Yes. I live in the abandoned house where the child died. I saw everything that night. The murderer is Milan's." Dodge asked, "Then why didn't you stand up before?" Shuzang blinked, and tears welled up in his eyes. "I'm just a poor old woman who makes a living by begging. He is such a rich and famous man. How dare I? If he wasn't so cruel and almost took my life, how could I do this?" Dodge asked doubtfully, "Okay, what did you see that night?" Shuzang said with emotion, "That night was terrible. I lived in a room in the abandoned house. I had fallen asleep, but was awakened by the shouting of a child. I got up and went out to see what happened, and I saw Miller smashed her child to death with a big stone. The moon was very bright that night, and I saw his face clearly. I was so scared that I dared not make a sound. After he left, I quickly fled from the abandoned house. I dared not go back, nor did I dare to tell anyone about it. But Millis, he somehow knew about it. He sent people to kill me to silence me, but luckily I cleverly pretended to be dead and saved my life. But I may not be so lucky next time, right? I came to my senses and realized that escape would not solve the problem. I will fight him, even if he is a prestigious nobleman. I will expose his crimes and make him unable to do evil again. The righteous Alcmeonides family will help me, right? Dodges said cautiously. I will verify your words. If you are telling the truth, we will. After he left, Shuzong lay back on the bed, holding his stomach, raised the corner of his mouth, and muttered to himself, young man, you will need my help. Millance, Dodges returned home and told his brother Lucius the news, and the two went to the abandoned house to verify the words of Waterclock. The method was the same as Aristides and Cerberus, that is, to ask the beggars nearby. Soon they found out that the witness was called Julius, not Waterclock, and that Aristides and Cerberus had found out here first, and speculated that the reason Waterclock was attacked was probably because she went to blackmail Millance, and not as innocent as she said. The two were a little amused and surprised at the boldness of the old woman. Millance's nickname was Vipere, and Waterclock actually dared to blackmail him, which was simply a matter of money and not life. So far, this murder case has made considerable progress. The two used all the power of Alcmeon's family to track down the whereabouts of the old sailor Costirus, and went to find Aristides to ask him if he had any other clues. Unfortunately, Aristides and Cerberus have not yet received any news from Corgilius. Cordulus was not a simple man. The Alcmeon family and Milan both searched for him, but failed to find him. While they were trying their best to find him, Harris and his son were buried. The priests of Athens performed several grand purification ceremonies in succession, and sent messengers with gifts to the Delphi temple to ask the gods how to appease Alexia's hatred and remove her curse. Harris's murder case was still at a stalemate, but to outsiders, it seemed that the matter would be passed in a muddle. However, both the Alcmeon family and Milan knew that they would not stop until one day they died. Waterclock, who had been recuperating in the public doctor's clinic at the expense of the Alcmeon family, sent a message to Dorgius a few days later, saying that she could help them. When Dorgius and Lucius went to see her, she actually hinted to them that she was willing to give false testimony as long as Milan could drink the poisonous hemlock juice. There was no progress in the search for the person, and Dorgius and Lucius were almost tempted, but they still refused. What they wanted was a reliable witness who was beyond dispute, so that the reputation of Alcmeon's family could be restored to purity. The breakthrough was still brought by Ceredius, who greeted all the cattle and sheep farmers in the city, and told them if any strangers came to buy cow's milk or goat's milk, or if there was any milk or goat's milk missing from their homes. He successfully intercepted Corjulius at a house that had sheep that were producing milk. Chapter 68, Chasing the Murderer, Part 2. Codrus walked to the sheepfold with the baby in his arms. There was a beautiful little boy of about 6 or 7 years old squatting there, holding a bunch of grass to feed the lamb. He was gentle and elegant, unlike the children of ordinary families. Codrus had never seen him before when he came to buy goat milk, so he was a little wary. But after all, he was just a child, and the baby in his arms was already very hungry. He paused for a moment and walked towards the ewe. He put the baby's mouth close to the ew's swollen breasts, and the baby eagerly held the nipple and sucked it. The ewe was very docile and motionless, and even turned her head to lick her lovingly. Codrus held the child and looked at the ewe, and once again thought regretfully that it would be great if he had the money to buy it. The boy came over curiously to watch the baby drink goat milk. The baby gurgled and drank until his little belly was swollen, but he still didn't let go. Codrus saw that she stopped swallowing, so he took her away from the ewe. She was attached to the nipple and cried reluctantly. Cordus held her and coaxed her for a while, then wrapped her in clothes and put her aside. He took a pottery jar and squeezed goat milk into it. The baby was still sobbing, and the boy said, "She doesn't seem to be full." Cordus ignored him. The boy said again, "You can't hide with her like this. She is too young and very fragile. You can't hide forever." Cordus was shocked, stopped milking, put the jar on the ground, pressed one hand on the dagger at his waist, and asked with a smile, "What did you say, boy?" The boy looked mature beyond his age and said calmly, "I have no ill intentions, Cordus. My name is Cerberus, the son of Marcutilis, a citizen of the village of Berenice. I want to ask for your help with something." But Cordus did not relax his vigilance against him. Years of dangerous sailing career made him not underestimate anyone, even a child who seemed to be harmless. He said, "I'm an old sailor who can barely afford a meal. What can I do to help you?" Cerberus said, "My friend Herius was killed in the abandoned house where you lived on the night of the full moon last year. I want to ask you what you saw that night." Corjulius said, "I didn't see anything." Cerberus said, "If you didn't see anything, why did you hide?" Corjulius said, "I just don't want to get involved in trouble." Cerberus was silent for a moment, and said, "I'm afraid you can't get what you want. Many people think that you saw the process of the murder that night. If I can find you, the murderer will be able to find you sooner or later. Escape is not a solution to the problem." Corjulius was unmoved and said, "That's my own business." Cerberus said, "You help catch the murderer, and you are also helping yourself. If the murderer is brought to justice, you don't have to hide, right?" Corjulius's expression moved slightly, but looking at Cerberus, he still shook his head and said, "I'm not an Athenian citizen, and don't want to get involved in their struggle. This is not a fight between Athenian citizens, but an innocent boy was brutally killed." After a pause, Cerberus asked sharply, "Are you worried that I'm too young and look unreliable? The reason why I meet you here is because you are too alert and hide too well. If you change other adults, you may misunderstand hostility and cannot have a good conversation with you. My friend Aristides is outside. If you don't trust me, I can ask him to talk to you." Cordelius snorted and laughed meaningfully. "The famous Aristides. Even an old sailor like me has heard of him. Isn't he a close friend of Cleisthenes? Are you trying to avenge the dead boy, or are you serving the Alcmaean family?" Cerberus said, "I'm doing this for innocent lives not to be lost in vain, Aristides, and I can guarantee that he is not using this matter to suppress his political enemies. What you said means that the murderer is not Danaus, right? Killing a 7-year-old child, what does it matter who punishes the murderer?" Cordelius said, "What if I say that it was the boy from Alcmaeon who killed someone?" Cerberus judged the truth of his words and replied, "I don't think it was him. After the incident, I went to see Danaus. He has an unpleasant personality, but he doesn't have the courage to kill. We found the stone that killed Herius in the abandoned house where you live. The weight is not something a child can lift as a weapon. But if you can prove that Herius did kill someone, I will not protect him. We can contact Milanus and make the murderer receive the punishment he deserves. Even if Alcmaeon's family is powerful, it cannot compete with all the citizens of the city-state." Cordelius was silent for a long time, picked up the baby and patted it, and whispered, "I did see what happened that night. Dolly and I had just gone to bed that day, and there was a child crying outside. I ignored it. Couples often sneaked into the house for dates, or children broke in to explore. I thought he would go out by himself after a while, but he cried for a long time, as if he couldn't find a way out. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I got up and went out to ask what was going on. When I reached the door and was about to go through, the door opened and a tall and thin man walked in. The little boy was particularly happy to call him Milans and ran to him, but he suddenly raised a stone and hit the little boy on the head. The little boy immediately fell to the ground without a sound. The man threw away the stone and stood for a while, then bent down, as if to confirm whether the little boy was still breathing, and turned and left. After he walked out of the courtyard, he locked the door again. I didn't dare to stay in the abandoned house any longer. I picked up Dolly and immediately climbed over the wall and left. I'm the third person in the abandoned house, and I'm not an Athenian. Are you sure that my testimony can bring down a prestigious citizen, rather than being used as a scapegoat?" Cerberus didn't speak for a long time, because it was the first time he heard about Herius's situation, and because Cordelius's concerns were really reasonable. "Let's not talk about Danaus, let's talk about Milan. If Cordelius testifies, he will definitely ruthlessly direct the trouble to Cordelius when the situation is not favorable to him. Danis and Milan are both powerful people behind the scenes, and they can protect themselves when there is no evidence. What about Cordelis? He is neither a citizen nor powerful, so it is obvious who the jurors will trust, and who they will be more biased towards. After a while, Cerebus said, maybe, we can think of some other ways. Milan has been restless these days. The old woman who came to blackmail him that day was not dead. The person he sent to do the work was really a waste. Fortunately, the person he sent to do it that day was a slave who rarely showed up in front of people and had not seen many people, and he had already let him leave Athens by boat. If the Alcmaeon family planned to use the old woman to cause trouble for him, he would never admit it. And the old woman might not have thought that the person who robbed her was sent by him. He had been looking for the sailor named Cordus these days, and he found that the Alcmaeon family was also trying their best to find this person. He was very worried that the Alcmaeon family would find this person before him, and he didn't know what this person had seen. He made the worst plan, assuming that this person had seen everything. He could still deny everything, and even blame it all on this person. But not everyone is a fool. In this way, his prestige in Athens would be gone, and what he wanted to do would no longer be hopeless. His reputation had already been tarnished by the last public trial, and he was unwilling to take this step as a last resort. He still hoped to find this person before everyone else, and it would be best if this person never appeared again. Just when he was suffering, the slave he sent out to find someone finally brought good news. Someone saw an old man who looked like Cordus in the back kitchen of an inn. He immediately found the foreigner who used to do some dirty things for him in the past, paid him a sum of money, and asked him to get rid of the man, but the foreigner left with the money and disappeared. Milan suspected that he saw that his situation in the city-state was not good, so he swallowed the money and left. He took some risks and hired a desperate criminal who had just arrived in Athens. However, before he could do anything for him, the criminal had a conflict with someone in the tavern and was arrested by the guards. Milan had no choice but to send a loyal slave to do this. Cordus was different from the old woman, who was easy to deal with. If the slave failed, he would be implicated. He didn't want to do this, but the Alcmaeon family was looking for someone more and more. It would be even worse if Cordus fell into their hands. He had to take the risk. After the slave left, he disappeared again without a sound. Milan waited for the slave for a whole night, but didn't see him come back. Finally, he realized something was wrong. He hurriedly packed some things and wanted to flee Athens. When he was leaving the city, he was blocked by the 9 archons, police officers, Alcmaeon brothers and some other prestigious people. The king's archon had a look of deep sorrow on his face, and he shouted angrily, "Milan, I never thought you would do such a thing." Seeing this situation, Milan's heart sank to the bottom, so he simply let it go and sneered, "What can't you think of? Is there a law that stipulates that I, Milan, cannot leave the city?" The king's archon shouted, "Don't deny it. Look who are over there." The police officers brought over 3 people, namely the 2 foreigners hired by Milan and the slave. Without even looking at them, Milan said coldly, "What's wrong with these people? One of them is my slave, and I don't know the other 2. Did my slaves do something wrong?" Dorgius said, "Milans, you are also a prestigious person. Why are you struggling?" These 3 people admitted everything. They all said, "Why you ordered them to silence Cordus, and your slaves also confessed some other things. Cordus is also willing to prove that you killed Harius that night. What's the point of doing this?" Lucius said angrily, "Milans, the boy is so young and trusts you so much. How could you do it? And you even instigated Alexia to curse the entire city-state. Aren't you a good friend of her father? Aren't you an Athenian citizen? How dare you do this? You are blaspheming. You cruel and unbeliever." Milan uttered pooh and said with an extremely contemptuous expression, "What qualifications does the Alcmaeon family have to accuse me? When it comes to blasphemy, who can be more impious than your family? Megacles swore a false oath before the gods, and how did you return to Athens? Don't you think I don't know? Cleisthenes bribed the Pythia of Delphi to let her pretend to be the gods and repeatedly use false oracles to deceive the Spartans, tricking the Spartans into attacking Athens and driving away Hippias. How dare you say that others are unbelievers? Your family has not repented during the years of exile, and the gods are just tools in your hands. Wait, the Spartans have already known that you fooled them, and they will not let you go. One of the consuls who used to have a good relationship with him looked at him and said, Milan, you did such a cruel thing, and you don't feel uneasy at all? You claim to be loyal to Hippias, but how could you do such a terrible thing to his most beloved daughter? Have I never really known you? Milan was silent for a while and said, Alexia, it's a pity for her. But everything I did was for her family. Without her family, she would be nothing. Look how badly she was bullied after her father left Athens. She used to be like a princess in Athens. Everything I did was to restore the glory of her family. As a member of the family, she should make sacrifices for the family. The man said with extreme disappointment. Everyone knows how much Hippias values his relatives. He might have been able to fight against the Spartans at that time if their family had not been discovered when transferring the children and voluntarily withdrew from Athens for the safety of the children. No one knows what the situation in Athens is now. You claim to be doing it for him, but you treat his daughter like this. You know very well in your heart whether everything you did was for your former master or for power. I have never really known you. The king's archon waved his hand and said, he is already crazy for power. What else can you say to him? Take him away quickly. Two police officers stepped forward and shackled Milan's hands and feet. Milan did not struggle, but sneered. Such a large group of powerful people blocked the city gate and exchanged sharp words, and the crowd of onlookers surrounded him in 3 layers. When the police led Milos, who was in chains, to the prison, the news of what he had done gradually spread. People despised him and surrounded him, cursing him, spitting, throwing stones, and throwing filth at him. If the police had not stopped him, he would not have been able to reach the prison alive. After arriving at the prison, the bigwigs went to discuss how to deal with him. In order to appease the anger of the people and the gods, he used a golden pin to exchange a pottery jar of water from the slave guarding the prison, cleaned himself, and then committed suicide with a dagger hidden on his body. Chapter 69. Ending. Part 1. The exquisite black-painted 2-handled pottery cup was filled with snow-white milk. Cleisthenes smiled and said, drink it up quickly. You children should eat more dairy products, which are good for your health. Cerberus drank it all and said, thank you. Cleisthenes said, I should thank you. You helped Danaus to restore his reputation and his life. After that, he looked at his grandson sitting next to him. Danaus received his signal and whispered to Cerberus nervously, thank you. After experiencing the hostility of the whole city-state, the fear of his family being almost broken into, and being captured and killed, he changed a lot, almost like a different person. He lost a lot of weight, and his previous arrogant look was gone. He even became very timid, like a little mouse, just wanting to shrink into the cave, afraid to see people. If there was no elders around him, he didn't dare to see any outsiders. Aptus also said sincerely, thank you, Cerberus. He and Danaus grew up together and had a good relationship. Cerberus saved his brother, and he was sincerely grateful to Cerberus. Thersiphus and Satyrus both thanked him out loud. Cerberus nodded to them and said to Cleisthenes, you are too polite. I just don't want to see innocent children die in vain. Cleisthenes touched Danaus' head and said sadly, this is something that no one wants to see. But sometimes people's desires and greed will overcome reason and do irreparable things. This time it's all thanks to you, Cerberus. If you hadn't found Cordalus and came up with the brilliant plan of using him to lure Milans, maybe we stupid adults would still be unable to do anything with Milans. Aristides has been praising how smart you are. I have wanted to meet you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Cerberus said, you are too kind. Athens is only this big, and Cordalus will sooner or later be unable to hide. Even if he is not there, with your wisdom, you must have other ways to punish him. Cleisthenes said, but if I punish him in other ways, how can it be more satisfying than your direct exposure of his conspiracy? I'm already over 60 years old, and you are only 7 years old. I'm like the setting sun, which can no longer shine on the earth for much longer, while you have just begun to shine. I'm so happy that Athens has a child like you. I originally thought that Aristides was already the best among his peers. He was upright, intelligent, and firm in his beliefs, and he would definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. I didn't expect that there would be a child like you who is smarter than most adults. I'm so happy to meet young people like you. With you in the city-state, it seems that it will prosper soon. Cleisthenes praised Cerberus greatly, and his admiration was beyond words. The great politician who left his name in history was so charming that even Cerberus's calmness felt like a spring breeze. Cleisthenes also promised Cerberus that no matter what troubles he encountered in the future, he could come to Alcmaeon's house for help, and they would definitely help him. Then he revealed that he wanted to take Danaus away from Athens and travel far away. Cerberus could see that Danaus had a serious psychological disorder. In the relatively depressing environment of Athens, he would become more and more nervous. Changing the environment would be a good way to relieve it. Cleisthenes did this for him. Traveling far away these days is not an easy thing. Diseases, robbers, and difficult roads are all tests. However, Cleisthenes must have handled these difficulties properly when he traveled far away. Cerberus was also very interested in the world outside Athens and asked, "Where are you going to travel?" Cleisthenes smiled and said, "We want to walk around and have a look. I also traveled around when I was young, but I didn't go too far due to worldly affairs. This time we plan to pass through the land of the red-haired blue-eyed Thracians and the dark-skinned flat-nosed Ethiopians, to the ancient Egyptians. It is said that they have profound attainments in mathematics and other subjects, and have built many magnificent towers along the Nile. Solon also traveled there. In addition, we also want to go to the vast land of the Persians to have a look." Just as they were talking happily, a person not far from Alcmaeon's house was in a sad mood. This man was Callimachus. He was stopped by slaves at the door of his wife's father's house, and was not allowed to enter. He shouted angrily, "What divorce? I don't agree. I have never done anything to let Belle down. Give me back my wife and son." The father-in-law stood in the door and said, "Callimachus, the fate of your ex-wife and son is really shocking. Belle is my most beloved daughter, and I'm worried that she will also encounter misfortune. You go back, and I will help you raise your son well, but you don't have to come again, and we will pretend that we have never had this marriage." Callimachus begged, "Please don't do this. I love Belle, and will not let her come to any harm. I know Belle loves me too. Please don't be so cruel to separate us. I'm willing to give you as much money as the betrothal gift when you got married. No, add 10 monas. Please let Belle go home with me." A trace of greed flashed across the father-in-law's face. He was about to agree, but he managed to keep his sanity, and said in a high-sounding manner, "Would I sell my daughter for money? I married my daughter to you because you and Belle were truly in love, regardless of your reputation. I originally thought you were a good guy, but who would have thought that you could do such a terrible thing as leading so many people to attack Alcmaeon's mansion? You will definitely be punished, so go away and don't implicate us." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the slaves pushed Callimachus away and ran back to the door and clanged the door tightly from the inside. Callimachus threw himself on the door and knocked and smashed it, begging and cursing loudly, but no one inside the door paid any attention to him. A white-haired old woman with missing teeth but heavy makeup passed by. She stood there watching the excitement for a long time, and then said with a smile, "Young man, the people inside will not pay attention to you. Why don't you save your energy and come with me to have fun? No matter how annoying the things are, I promise you will forget them completely after having fun." Callimachus cursed, "Get out, you old woman. It's not my turn to be ridiculed by an old beggar like you." After cursing, he went to knock on the door of his father-in-law's house. "Anrus, you took so much betrothal gift from me when I married your daughter. Now that I'm in trouble, you can't ignore me. Open the door. Open the door." The old woman said, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness. How long can you stay in Athens peacefully? You led so many people and almost broke into Alcmaeon's house, forcing them to kill their own children. Alcmaeon's family must hate you to death. You also abandoned Hippias' daughter, which indirectly caused her and her son to die tragically. Hippias' old subordinates also hate you to death. Your sad days are still ahead. Amorous is a famous sly guy. How could he be involved with you? Alexia cursed the whole city before her death, and all Athenians hate you. I talked to you and made you happy, but you didn't thank me and scolded me. I'm waiting to see what will happen to you." The old woman said all the fears in Callias' heart, and he knocked on the door of his father-in-law's house even harder. If his father-in-law can help him say good things, maybe he can make Alcmaeon believe that it was not his intention to attack their family. He just wants to take advantage of the death of Alexia and Helios in public opinion. That was not his fault. It was because he had lived a very difficult life after Hippias left Athens. Now even an old beggar woman on the street knew how dangerous his situation was. Callimachus was terrified like a stray dog about to meet with a disaster. The old woman looked at him and laughed at him for a while before she slowly walked away. She wandered around the home of the famous son of God, and after a long time she saw a white-haired old man going out. She smiled and blocked his way. Caudals. Caudals frowned and said, Shuzang, why are you here? Shuzang said, I came to see how your new master treats you. What about the little girl you picked up? Caudals said, it's none of your business. Shuzang said, why don't you care about my business? I'm rich now. The Alcmaeon family gave me a small sum of money. Sell me the little girl you picked up. What kind of child can a grown man like you raise? Don't let her die. Give her to me. I can train her to be a high-class prostitute. In 10 years, she will be able to hold the hearts and wallets of all Greek men in her hands. Caudals frowned, looking a little ferocious, and said, stop talking nonsense. She will not be a high-class prostitute. He turned around and went back to where he came out. Shuzan looked at his back as he disappeared into the door, laughed, and said to himself, it seems that he is living a good life. Bah, old man, you are so lucky. When Caudals returned home, a female slave who was holding a baby and sucking milk from a sheep's belly looked up and asked in surprise, Caudals, didn't you go to pick up the little master home? Why are you back so soon? Where is the little master? Caudals touched the baby's face and said, I forgot to bring something. I'll take it. The female slave dodged his hand unhappily and said, your hands are so rough. Don't touch her casually. It will hurt her. Caudals smiled, and a little softness appeared in his ferocious face. He said, I know. I will pay attention next time. After successfully luring Melissa's bait, Cerberus, the son of God, was impressed by his skills in capturing the assassin sent by Milis, and also pitied him for raising a child, so he hired him to work for himself, and helped him buy the milk-producing sheep. There were many female slaves in the Marcutulus family, and they all felt very sorry for the child. Whoever had time would help take care of the child, which made Caudulus, who always worried that he would accidentally crush the fragile baby, breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 70 New School. When Cerberus came out of Cleisthenes' house, Caudulus was waiting for him outside the door. In addition to thanking him in person and making a promise, Cleisthenes also gave him a gift that he could not refuse, a sharp short iron sword. The short sword blade is about 30 centimeters long, with a beautifully shaped silver handle, which can cut 3 pieces of bread stacked together at once. Don't think it's easy. The bread at this time is not fermented, dry and hard, and you have to soak it in soup to soften it before eating. Cerberus did not improve it. Before crossing, he only went to the kitchen occasionally, and at most he could fry a steak or cook noodles, but he didn't have such a high-level technology as fermenting flour. A sword that can split 3 pieces of bread in one breath is already quite sharp. Athenian ironware is very common, but the level of blacksmiths varies. Many people's things are mixed with slag, or blunt, or brittle. The work of a good blacksmith is worth a fortune, especially weapons. In ancient Greece, where everyone is martial, this sword is absolutely hard to come by. When Caudulus saw the sword in his hand, his eyes lit up and he asked, Master, can you let me see it? Cerberus handed him the sword. He waved it twice to test its toughness and hardness, and scraped the blade with his fingertips to test its sharpness. Then he said enviously, what a good sword. This is a warrior's weapon, not a fake one. This must be the work of a high-level blacksmith in Corinth. No one in Athens can make it. Cerberus asked with great interest, are all the good blacksmiths in Corinth? He had visited the blacksmith shops in Athens, and in his opinion, most of the things were unsightly. Caudulus said, yes, the best things in Greece are all in Corinth. The most beautiful women, the best goods, the best craftsmen, the most comfortable enjoyment. It is a city protected by the god of love, and happiness is always there. He returned the iron sword to Cerberus, and the two chatted as they walked. Cerberus asked again, have you been to Corinth? Cordus straightened his back and said with a hint of pride, "Of course. When I was young, I lived in Corinth for a month at most." Cerberus complimented him. "Not everyone can afford to go to Corinth. It seems that you are a good sailor." Not everyone can afford to go to Corinth is a proverb, meaning that the cost of living in Corinth is very high, and not everyone can afford it. The fact that Cordus could live in Corinth for a month shows that he had a good income at that time. Cordus said proudly, "I used to be a boatswain on a Phoenician ship." The Phoenicians were the most famous merchants and navigators in the Greek world. Their merchant ships were the best merchant ships, and they only needed the best sailors. It was indeed a remarkable qualification for Cordus to be a boatswain on a Phoenician ship. Cerberus asked with interest, "Can you tell me about your life at sea?" There was nothing to hide, and Cordus told in detail the past events that he missed very much. Cerberus hired Cordus, on the one hand, because of his extraordinary skills when fighting with the people sent by Milan, and on the other hand, because he was an experienced old sailor. He did not plan to be trapped in Athens in the future, and Cordus' sailing experience was very useful and valuable knowledge for him. He originally planned to learn fighting from Cordus, but Cordus refused. Cordus told him scientifically that he was still young and rash exercise would damage his body. It would be better to wait until he was 14 years old before starting formal martial arts training. The amount of running and jumping when children were playing was enough for him. However, he still taught Cerberus some fighting skills, but he didn't let him practice too much. Cerberus took Cordus to the market to buy some things, rented a bullock cart, went home to say hello, and drove the bullock cart to the place where he built a house at the estuary. A few days had passed, and only the young builder Oppitus was looking after it. When Cerberus arrived, he saw that the house was half built. Because it was mainly used as a warehouse, Oppitus did not build it according to the structure of ordinary houses, but built many large town houses. The lower part of the built wall was made of stone, and the upper part was made of mud bricks, which was extremely strong. As soon as Oppitus saw Cerberus, he said, "Cerberus, you've come at the right time. It's almost time to tile the roof, so go buy some tiles. After tiling, we have to paint the walls, so you'd better buy plaster and lime as well." Cerberus was very satisfied with the progress and said, "I see. I haven't been here for some time. Thank you for your hard work." Oppitus licked his lips and smiled. "It's really hard work. Please provide more delicious food these days. The lame slave you sent to do odd jobs is very responsible in managing your wallet." Cerberus asked sensitively, "Oh, did he withhold your food?" Oppitus said, "That's not the case. It's just that he is not as generous as his master, who lets us enjoy fresh meat and eggs like a king. Fish and bread are still at our disposal." Cerberus smiled and said, "That's good." He wanted to use Shamides. This was the first thing he asked Shamides to do alone. He didn't want Shamides to be short-sighted and greedy and mess it up. Cerberus checked the progress of the work of Aptus and the slaves, and went to the nearby village to buy some meat and eggs, to make a good meal, to reward their hard work. After that, he stayed here for a night, before returning to Athens. He ordered red clay tiles, white plaster, and lime, rented a bullock cart to deliver them to the construction site, and Cerberus began to pay attention to the new big sea merchants in Piraeus port. The weather has begun to turn cold, and it is time to sell the cashmere fabric. Due to the limited raw materials, this kind of fabric must also be a luxury product. Cerberus specifically looked for big merchants who sold luxury goods. A Phoenician pigment merchant offered him a satisfactory price and paid a deposit to reserve the fabric for the next season, and also specified a specific pattern. This business brought Cerberus 350 drachmas, which just relieved the financial pressure brought by the house construction. In addition to building the house, Cerberus officially dropped out of the Thesis Lyre School, and Zypes and his friends, the three brothers Aptus and several other classmates also dropped out. More than half of the students in the elementary class of the harp school dropped out. Those little tricks played by Thesis could not be hidden from the discerning eyes. No one wanted to let their children be fooled by others. Not only the elementary class, but also the Thesis harp school, which had originally gained great reputation because of the music competition of the Apatoria festival, was immediately overshadowed by the death of Herius. Many messages unfavorable to Thesis were circulated in the city. Students of all grades dropped out of school, and even teachers resigned. The situation was not good. Theseus originally wanted to attend a banquet with several important figures in the city to curb this trend, but because of Herius's incident, not many people were in the mood to have a banquet with friends at this time, and there was no other way for the time being. Cerberus found a new harp school to attend, which was opened by a Lesbo poet who had just arrived in Athens. This person could write very beautiful poems, and was very good at playing lyre, poetry harp, and double flute. He had an easygoing personality, and allowed students to specify courses. The fee was relatively high, but there were only 7 or 8 students in the class. Cerberus liked this model very much. The teacher did not force Cerberus to learn vocal music. Cerberus said he wanted to learn lyre, so he started teaching him lyre. Lyre is a plucked string instrument, which is composed of a resonance box made of tortoise shell and cowhide, a cow horn shaped bracket, 7 strings and a crossbeam for the strings. The sound is very pleasant. Cerberus had learned violin before. Although it is completely different from lyre, he has a good sense of music and an adult's thinking. He made rapid progress in learning, and could play some simple music in a few days. He studied very hard, because he could foresee that in this era, when entertainment was scarce and most books were bulky and inconvenient to carry clay tablets, this instrument would be an important means for him to kill boring time. After the weather turned cooler, and before the rainy season came, Cerberus received good news. The Persian merchant who ordered the flower carpet came to Athens. Chapter 71. Cerberus's goal. The heavy carpet was slowly unfolded. Roses, anemones, hyacinths, daffodils, tulips, irises, and other colorful flowers of different seasons were stacked together and bloomed together, as if a refreshing fragrance was blowing in the face. The Persian merchant had never seen such beautiful fabrics. He was stunned for a moment and exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Is this the garden of the gods of Mount Olympus?" Cerberus smiled and said, "This is the garden of Chloris, the goddess of flowers in Greek mythology." The Persian merchant was very satisfied with the carpet. He checked it, and confirmed that there were no defects. He paid the balance of 30 minas. Together with the 30 minas deposit, this carpet, which was 5 meters wide and 6 meters long, was sold for 1 talent of silver. If converted into the measurement unit of later times, it is estimated to weigh about 25 kilograms, which is a sky-high price. However, the price was not too high. In order to make this carpet, Cerberus asked a carpenter to make a special large new loom. In addition, the raw materials were all fine wool, expensive silk, pigments, and the investment in manpower and technical costs. This price was even fair and reasonable. The Persian merchant paid the balance in gold. The gold-silver exchange rate in Athens was 1:13 at that time. He gave Cerberus a little more than 4.6 minas of gold, and placed an order for 10 carpets. This time he ordered a 2.5 x 3.5 ordinary sized carpet. Cerberus priced it at 15 minas and only took 1/10 of the payment as a deposit. The flower carpet was too large and the raw materials used were expensive. If the Persian merchant did not come to pick up the goods, Cerberus would have to bear too much risk, so he took half of the payment as a deposit. He intended to cooperate with the Persian merchant for a long time. Even if the Persian merchant did not come to pick up the goods, this ordinary carpet could be easily sold. He took the initiative to lower the price of the deposit, so as not to put too much pressure on the Persian merchant's working capital and release goodwill. When the Persian merchant learned that the deposit had been reduced, he immediately tried to increase the order quantity to 60, but Cerberus refused. First, he did not intend to expand production blindly. The wool production of the Attica Peninsula was limited every quarter, and the production capacity was not that high. Second, he did not want to sell all the products to the Persian merchant and only do business with him. The Persian merchant begged again and again, expressing his willingness to raise the price, and he only agreed to let him add 5 small-sized carpets of 2.2 x 3 meters. The deposit for the 5 small carpets was 12 minas, plus the deposit of 15 minas for the medium-sized carpet and the final payment of 30 minas for the flower carpet. He earned a total of 57 minas. This money can buy 2 good houses or 3 medium-sized horses in Athens. In other words, in more than a year, Cerberus raised the citizenship status of Marcutullus from the day servant level to the knight level in one fell swoop, making Marcutullus qualified for many public offices. At the rate at which he made money, if nothing unexpected happened, when Marcutullus retired, he would have been qualified to be the Arcanon treasurer. Of course, whether anyone would choose him was another matter. In addition to the orders from the Persian merchants, he received some other orders this quarter, from Athenians and other sea merchants, and the orders were still increasing. People rushed to place orders with money in their hands, and were even willing to queue up for the next quarter and the next quarter. It is no exaggeration to say that Cerberus made so much money that his hands were soft. Gangira and Megana were almost scared when they knew the specific amount. However, Cerberus quickly spent the money again. He used part of it to buy good weavers and raw materials to expand production, and the other part to buy a large house. With the increase in slaves and the need to expand production, the original house could no longer accommodate them. His actions were very big. Everyone knew what Marcutullus' house was like before. The huge profits from carpets attracted everyone's attention in Athens. Originally, because all the weavers were women, Athens was conservative and women rarely went out, and Gangira had strict management. The two finished carpets were sold overseas, and the carpet weaving technology, which was not difficult, was kept secret. However, under the temptation of such huge profits, these simple confidentiality measures began to fail. Some people of unknown origin tried to obtain weaving technology or finished carpets in various ways. One night, someone even broke into their house over the wall and tried to steal the samples they had woven before, but failed and was discovered and caught by Caudals. For safety, Cerberus had to buy a few strong male slaves to guard the house. This unexpected expenditure made his wallet dry again. Fortunately, the orders received this season were not as expensive as the flower carpets, and they were able to turn around after a few carpets were produced. The house near the estuary was built before the rainy season. Because there were many hyacinths growing on the slope in front of the house, Cerberus named it Hyacinth Manor for the convenience of calling. Opotus was indeed the favorite disciple of the master architect. At a young age, he built a house that was mainly used for storage and was extremely beautiful. In order to reflect the strong sunlight of the Mediterranean Sea, the walls inside and outside the house and the fences were painted white. The dark stone foundation, the red tile roof, and the wide courtyard were flattened. Some green plants were transplanted and dotted with a few vase decorations. The house stood on the hillside. When you walked out of the door, you could see the blue sea in the distance. The sparkling river meandered under the hillside. There were shepherds grazing far and near. Sheep were dotted in the mountains and rivers like cotton. The scenery was like an idol or a famous oil painting. Cerberus came from the cramped Athens and almost didn't want to go back. When he came here, he transferred some people here to process wool and dye, and he stayed for several days until he had to go to school. He was a classmate of Chrysippus in the new harp school. The content of the teacher's lectures was what he was interested in, and there was no compulsory learning content, so he learned easily and happily. The atmosphere in the grammar school was much more dull. The death of Harius and the departure of Danaus made these children grow up a lot overnight. Angus paid attention to the mental health of each child, but what had happened was what had happened. He could only try his best to prevent the children from being trapped in the shadow, but he could not let them forget it. After Danaus left, there were no more thorns in the grammar school to target Cerberus. Cerberus' days in school were as plain as water. In addition to studying, he put all his energy into the family business. However, he had an idea. He no longer ignored his classmates as before, but began to pay attention to understanding them. In this way, the rainy season came quietly and left quietly. It was time to harvest spring wool again, and it was also the sailing season. In this winter, the technology of carpet weaving was still spread. Some people bought carpets from sea merchants at high prices, took them apart, and learned the weaving technology. However, this did not have much impact on Cerberus, because he almost monopolized the purchase of coarse wool in the Attica Peninsula, and his workers were skilled, and his products were high quality. Customers who could be diverted by cheaper carpets were not his target customer group. With the arrival of the sailing season, sea merchants also arrived one after another. After Cerberus delivered the goods, he saved a lot of cash. Even if he purchased wool and cashmere to the maximum extent, there was still a large amount of cash that he had not spent. With the deposit for the new quarter's orders, the money exceeded 1 talent again, and he felt that the idea could be implemented. He wanted to open a bank. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 72 Currency Exchange. If you want to open a bank in the future with only enough money to buy 2 houses, it is a dream. But at that time, Athens did not need the approval of the China Banking Regulatory Commission to open a bank, and no one stipulated the minimum paid in capital, and no one checked whether your senior managers and directors were qualified. As a former financial practitioner, Synopsis had this intention for a long time. In the past, due to insufficient capital, the profit from small-scale operations was not as good as investing in the carpet business, so he did not start. Now the profit of the carpet business is about to reach the upper limit, and there is also a sum of idle funds in hand. He thinks it is time. He does not want to lend directly. For the money of 2 houses, lending is risky and the return is slow, so it is not worth it. He wants to do currency exchange business. In the ancient Greek world, there were many city-states, and each city-state had its own currency with different fineness and denominations. Merchants came to Athens to do business with a variety of coins, which was inconvenient to trade, and often needed to be exchanged for Athenian coins. Athenian merchants also needed their coins to do business in foreign countries. Synopsis aimed at this demand, and planned to focus on this in the early stage, and then gradually develop into lending, deposit collection, and even cross-regional remittance payment in the later stage. In fact, there were already some merchants specializing in currency exchange in Athens, but most of them just set up a table in the market to do small business. Synopsis planned to open a store to serve larger sea merchants. Synopsis held a brand new 4 drachma silver coin in one hand and admired it carefully. This is a coin weighing about 17 or 18 grams, with a diameter of about 25 millimeters and a thickness of 4 or 5 millimeters. The front is a relief of the head of the goddess Athena facing right and wearing a helmet, and the back is a relief of an ancient and vivid owl. On the right side of the owl are the 3 letters and E, which are the abbreviations of the word Aenean, which means Athenian. This is a new style of coin minted by the city-state mint after Hippias was driven away. It is exquisitely made in pure silver. There are 4 denominations of 1 drachma, 2 drachmas, 4 drachmas, and 10 drachmas. Among them, the most popular one is this 4 drachma. This is not only a currency, but also a very popular commodity. Foreign merchants who came to Athens were willing to buy some silver coins to take away, even if they did not buy goods. Because the goods might lose money, but these coins could be sold at a good price, no matter where they were. Athens is similar to ancient China. The value of currency is equivalent to the equivalent of precious metals, so there is no limit on the right to mint coins. Therefore, in addition to this owl coin, there are many other styles of coins with different patterns, mostly with the family crests of the minters, such as lions, bulls, etc. The shapes are mostly round or oval, but generally single-sided relief, not as exquisite as owls, so owl coins are the most popular among them. Synopsis asked the goldsmith to teach him how to check the silver content, found some of the various coins on the market to figure out the quality, and watched near the coin exchange stalls in the market for a few days. He found that the merchants were completely selling owls as commodities. Those who knew the business would exchange them at one price, and those who didn't know the business would exchange them at another price, and they could bargain. For the few coins that are highly recognized by people, such as the beautifully minted Pegasus coins of Corinth and the crab coins of Sicily, 1 4 drachma owl coin can be exchanged for 5 to 6 drachmas. The merchants were not willing to exchange the Phocian and Lesbo silver coins of inferior quality and less than 60% silver at 25 drachmas and 30 drachmas. Almost every coin exchanger had a good business. They had different amounts of capital. Some foreigners exchanged owl coins with them, and some Athenian merchants might be going out to sea to do business, and exchanged owl coins with them for foreign coins. But in general, The number of foreigners who exchanged AL coins far exceeded that of Athenians who exchanged foreign coins. Athenians did not have a high recognition of foreign coins. Pegasus and crab coins were okay, but ordinary people did not accept coins with worse quality and casting, and they could not be circulated. It was impossible to expect Athenian merchants to exchange them all. Cerberus guessed that they sent these coins to be melted and recast. There will definitely be some loss when the metal is recycled, but Cerberus consulted a goldsmith, who told him that the loss of pure silver melting will not exceed 8% at most. Even for the less bow coins with the lowest silver content, the exchange ratio of 1:6 or 1:7 is still amazing for merchants. Of course, the mint will definitely keep a part of the profit when the coins are recycled. Merchants are not willing to accept coins that need to be recycled, so they must charge a lot. But Cerberus wanted to serve the sea merchants and needed a large number of AL coins, so he could not bypass the mint. He found the mint in the name of exchanging coins, and found that the mint bought these coins by purchasing raw materials and paid the merchants AL coins. The processing fee for the best quality silver ingots that can be directly cast into AL coins is also 15%. If the number of poor quality coins is too small, they will not be accepted. No wonder merchants don't like to accept currencies that need to be recycled. Cerberus found out in detail the price difference between each currency and the price of the AL exchanged by the mint, and found that the profit was not high, but there was still money to be made. If you do bulk business, it doesn't matter if the profit is not high, as long as the flow is fast, the income is still rich. After knowing the situation, he rented a mansion with a storefront in a place with a large flow of people in the port area, intending to renovate it and start business. He invited operatives to thicken and raise the wall, and dug a basement indoors, built the wall with stone, and specially made a heavy and solid iron door to install it. As for the storefront, he personally drew the design and communicated with operatives repeatedly to discuss how to decorate it. Finally, a high counter was built in the storefront with expensive marble to divide the space into two parts, inside and outside. It is impossible to enter the counter from the outside. People of average height can only stand outside with their necks flush with the counter in the era without bulletproof glass. This is a very simple and effective safety measure. If someone has bad intentions, they can't easily climb in and threaten the people inside the counter. The space outside is also built with marble for a few simple seats, and the ground is paved with black and white mosaic marble tiles, extending all the way to a small platform outside the door, and several steps are built. There are two beautiful and complex Corinthian columns at the entrance, dotted with vast decorations and green plants. Athenians are relatively simple. No other place is built so luxuriously except for the temple, but this is obviously not a temple. Since the construction began, the neighbors have been talking about it and guessing what it is used for. Until the opening day, a large and exquisite wooden sign was hung on the lintel, which read, Pluto Bank. On one side of the sign, a silhouette of a beautiful goddess holding a scale in one hand and a goat's horn in the other hand is outlined with minimalist lines. Chapter 73 Bank Opening. In the past 2 or 3 years, the most prosperous businessman in Athens was Sophonisco, the owner of a large mint. 5 years ago, he was just an ordinary goldsmith with a small workshop. Most of the time, he made a living by making gold and silver jewelry, and sometimes he could get jobs to help rich people cast silver ingots or old coins that they didn't like into coins of specified new styles. There were many goldsmiths in Athens, and the competition was fierce. His business was neither good nor bad. After Hippias was driven away, he took the risk and closed his workshop. He opened a mint specializing in minting coins and produced owl coins, which were loved by all citizens who loved the city-state. And because this kind of coin was beautifully cast and of good quality, even foreigners were very popular. The supply was in short supply, and he suppressed all his peers at once. Since the opening of the mint, Sophonisco has received all kinds of guests, including nobles, merchants, foreigners, men, women, young and old, but Cerberus, the son of God, still left a deep impression on him. It was nothing, the child was too young, and the transaction amount was not low. Cerberus, the son of God, was a man of great reputation, and his every move was often discussed. Not to mention that he was favored by Asclepius, nor that he was stunningly beautiful, but the fact that his family could produce such beautiful and novel carpets, which were favored by Persian merchants and bought as tribute to the Queen of Persia, was enough to attract attention. Who among the rich people in Athens didn't want a carpet? But the output of carpets was really limited, and it was not easy to place orders. Many people speculated how much money the Marcutuli family made from the carpet presented to the Queen of Persia, and the money that Cerberus brought to exchange made Sophonisco have his own guesses in his heart. The profit made him a little jealous. In addition to exchanging money, Cerberus also talked to him about long-term cooperation. Sophonisco's products, like those of Cerberus's, were in short supply and often required orders. He had not intended to agree to the offer, but Cerberus, at a young age, was very knowledgeable about the ways of the world. When he came to discuss business, he brought an extremely exquisite tapestry as a gift, which not only made Sophonisco's wife love it, but also he himself couldn't bear to refuse it. Sophonisco thought that the Marcutulus family only sold carpets, and the turnover was limited after all. Cerberus didn't lower the price too much, so he agreed. However, he also paid more attention to the movements of the Son of God. The luxurious decoration of the store entered by Cerberus in the port area shocked Athens, and he went to see it specially. When the sign was hung, he was as curious as everyone else about what a bank was. After knowing that it was a business of exchanging coins, he couldn't help but laugh. How much money could it make? Sophonisco knew the business of exchanging coins very well. After all, it was a new industry in the city, after he minted the owl coin. In recent years, the sea route has become more and more prosperous, and more foreign merchants have come to Athens. They like owl coins, but not everyone can find them in to mint them. Moreover, the mint is busy, and will not accept small business. Therefore, some smart people set up stalls to do small business that the mint does not care about. It is said that the profit is very lucrative. However, the profit should not be comparable to the carpet business. The godson family did not take good care of the carpet business, but invested so much in this business. It really made Sophonisco incomprehensible. Not only Sophonisco, most people did not understand the behavior of the Cerberus family. They built a large house in the rented house, and the renovation was as gorgeous as a temple. No, it was deserted. Some temples were not so gorgeous, just to do the business of exchanging coins. To do this, you can just set up a table. On the day the bank opened, many foreign merchants who came to Athens to do business came to watch the excitement. Many people did not dare to enter the door because of the luxurious decoration, but some people were bold and walked in. Cerberus spent a long time preparing for the opening. He combined the actual situation at that time with the advantages of the banking industry in later generations, and designed a new set of business procedures. From the goldsmiths responsible for exchanging coins to the receptionists in the front hall, he carefully selected them, and specially trained them for a long time. Unlike weaving carpets, except for the security guards, he did not use any slaves here. All the employees were citizens or sons of citizens, or at least sons of metic who had a family and a business in Athens. The goldsmith in charge of exchanging coins was a citizen. He was originally a craftsman in a gold and silver workshop. He was very good at identifying the quality of gold and silver, and had good craftsmanship. It was just that he injured his finger in an accident, and could not do delicate work, and lost his job. He was hired by him with a large sum of money. Because of the customs of Athens, he did not arrange female employees for the reception in the front hall. Instead, he hired several teenagers aged 11 or 12, including sons of citizens and sons of metic. If it were not for the fact that many sons of citizens of this age were still in school, and not easy to find, he actually hoped to use all sons of citizens. This line of work directly deals with huge amounts of money, so it is not safe to use slaves. If there are loopholes in management, slaves are more likely to run away with the money than citizens. Citizens will pay a greater price than slaves to abandon the city-state. Even when facing the danger of war, few citizens will abandon the city-state. However, the son of metic is not useless. Not all positions in the bank are directly in contact with money. People like front office managers are also needed. Since he wants to do the banking business, he will definitely not open only this one. Talent reserve is very important. He plans to train these children well, so that they can take on the responsibility in the future. Cerberus distributed uniforms and silver badges with the bank's logo to everyone. The new clothes made them look energetic and beautiful. He also conducted targeted training for people in various positions. He set up a rigorous process for the goldsmiths and silversmiths responsible for exchanging money, dealing with guests, and reconciling accounts, and practiced it in real life for a long time before opening. He mainly trained the young men who received guests in etiquette, introduced the bank's service scope and the exchange ratio of various silver coins to guests. Therefore, the customers who entered the bank on the first day of opening enjoyed the high quality service that people of this era had never enjoyed before. When they walked to the door of the bank, the welcoming teenagers welcomed them politely and warmly. After they entered, they did not exchange money, but just asked questions and looked around. The teenagers did not get angry, but invited them to sit down by the bench, patiently answered their questions, and thoughtfully brought them drinks. Although the drinks were only very light wine, many people still felt a little uneasy and apologetic after being treated like this. After finding out that the exchange rate here was very fair, and that all kinds of coins, large and small, would be exchanged, they decided to go back and bring the money they wanted to exchange here to exchange. Some generous people went directly to the counter to try to exchange, and Hertok was one of them. He was a Thracian merchant who came to Athens mainly to buy olive oil, and brought a lot of money to exchange for owl coins. What he took out to exchange was a string of gold bracelets. The person in charge of the exchange at the counter weighed it with a scale and reported the weight. When Hertok heard it, it was almost the same as what he knew, so he nodded. Seeing that he had no objection, the goldsmith took away the gold and exchanged it for brand new owl coins. Hertok checked it and put the silver coins into his purse with satisfaction and asked how much they could exchange at most. The goldsmith asked him how much he wanted to exchange, and he reported a number. The goldsmith told him that he could exchange it, and he immediately turned around and left, intending to bring all the money he wanted to exchange back immediately. As he walked out, someone asked, "How is it? Is the scale here accurate?" Hertok hurriedly walked and replied, "Accurate, very accurate. If you want to exchange, go and do it quickly." As soon as he said this, 2 or 3 more people came to the counter. Some people crowded in front of the counter waiting to exchange, while others avoided the young man serving and whispered, "This is crazy. What profit do they make like this? Can they support such a group of people?" Chapter 74, Greed, Part 1. His companion said gloomily, "No matter how much profit there is, it will be difficult for us to do business if they do this. We have to think of a way." The person who spoke earlier was a short man with a mustache, which was also what he was worried about. He asked hurriedly, "Then what do you think we should do?" The companion said, "Their owl coins must be limited. Let's go find Sophoniscus and ask him not to exchange owls for them." On the first day of Pluto Bank's opening, it exchanged hundreds of drachma of owl coins. If it were not for the fact that it was not the peak sailing season and there were fewer foreign merchants, this number would have doubled. In order to ensure sufficient cash flow, Cerberus took the coins that needed to be exchanged to the mint that night. Unexpectedly, Sophonesco, the factory owner who had been on good terms with him before, returned the carpet to him with an embarrassed look and said, "I'm sorry, Cerberus, I have to break my promise. I recently received a large order and I don't have any extra coins to exchange with you." Cerberus widened his eyes in surprise, and after a moment he suddenly laughed and said, "Sophonisco, I thought this scene would only appear in a few days." Facing the 7 or 8-year-old boy's eyes that seemed to know everything, Sophonisco felt a little pressure for some reason, and said awkwardly, "Things in the world are hard to predict." Cerberus said meaningfully, "No, things in the world are easy to predict. For example, at this moment, I knew it would happen sooner or later." Sophonisco said shamelessly, "I'm sorry, but since you can predict this, I think you will forgive me." Cerberus said, "Of course I don't blame you. But don't you want to know how much money I brought to exchange today? Don't you want to take a look?" Then he signaled the slave to hand a small box to Sophonisco. Sophoniscus struggled for a moment, but could not suppress his curiosity. He opened the box and asked, "How much did you exchange?" Inside the box were several bulging money bags filled with different kinds of coins, almost filling up the large box. Sofonisco instinctively estimated how many owl coins these could be exchanged for, at least 1 or 200. Cerberus said, I exchanged 146 owls. Sofonisco was shocked by this number, which was equivalent to the daily turnover of several coin stalls during the peak sailing season. Cerberus said, this is only my first day of business, and it is not the peak sailing season. If it is the peak season, as long as there are enough owl coins, it should be easy to make thousands of dollars a day. Conservatively speaking, my monthly turnover should be between 4 and 5 talents. I'm willing to pay you 20% more for the minting fee for each owl coin. If he can exchange 4 to 5 talents every month, there is no doubt that this boy will become the mint's largest customer in the future. Sofonisco asked doubtfully, can you be the boss of your family business? Cerberus said, my father is far away in the Cape serving in the military, and I have always been the one in charge of my family's affairs. If you don't believe me, you can also come with me to see my mother. We can invite a witness and sign a contract for this business. Cerberus's age is a weakness, and Sofonisco doesn't trust him, but there will be no problem if there is a contract. Thinking that he could earn 20% more profit for each eagle coin, his heart was pounding, and he almost agreed without hesitation, but after a while he said, no. Cerberus raised his eyebrows and said, 30%. Sofonisco said with a heartache, it's not a matter of money. It's true that the orders are tight and there are no extra coins to exchange for you. Cerberus smiled and said, 50%. Sofonisco interrupted him with a gasp and said, listen to me, boy. Your problem cannot be solved by money. You can't do business like this, do you understand? You will squeeze other coin exchangers out of business. They won't sit there and wait for death. Besides, I've been to your store. You have hired so many people and invested so much. In this way, what profit can your family still make? Such a business cannot last long. Cerberus said, you are wrong, Sofonicus. We have profits. Our expenses are not large. My shop now has 4 servants and a goldsmith. Each of the 4 servants makes 1 oboe per day, and the goldsmith makes 3 oboe per day. Do you think that with a daily turnover of 500 drachmas, even if we add 50% to the casting fee, we can't even afford the expenses of 4 oboe? Even if we add the rent and the cost of renovating the house, can't we recover our investment in 3 to 5 months or half a year? After the investment is recovered, it will be our net profit. Therefore, this is a long-term business. Are you still not satisfied with the casting fee? We can increase it. Sofonicus' tone was weak and shaky. You don't understand, Cerberus. I can't do that. Do you know how many money changers there are in the city now? There are 5 or 6 in the city alone, and there are also those in the port area. They are all citizens. They all have families to support, and some of them are my relatives. I can't cut off their livelihoods. Besides, I can't increase your money like that. The market supervision will come to trouble me. I can't do that. I can't. Cerberus smiled and said, Sofonisco, you are a businessman, and you are willing to spend a lot of money for some relatives? This is not what a good businessman should say. 4 or 5 talents of owl coins every month cost at least 5 or 6 minas. You rejected me for those people, and they won't even thank you. Sofonisco shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off Cerberus's tempting words from his mind, and said, no, I'm not doing this just for them. I'm doing this for myself. You don't understand, Cerberus. They are all citizens, and they have many relatives and friends who are also citizens. If I refuse them, I will offend too many people. The profit of 5 or 6 minas is very tempting, but if it provokes their revenge, it will not be worth it. I advise you not to be too aggressive, boy. Coming to me is just their first move to destroy your family's business. If you are unwilling to back down, they will definitely come up with more ways to deal with you. As far as I know, your father Marcutulis is just an ordinary person who has just obtained citizenship. You can't beat them. Cerberus said, there is competition in any industry. I believe it was the same when you gambled everything to create the mint. If you had backed down at that time, there would be no largest mint in Athens now. Sofonisco shook his head and said, boy, I admire your ambition. But I'm sorry, I can't take risks with you. It's just a profit of 5 or 6 minus. It's not worth it for me. Cerberus stared at him for a moment and suddenly said, "So, Sophonicus, how about I come to work for you?" Sophonicus was surprised and said, "Huh? What do you mean?" Cerberus sighed and said, "Obviously, I have invested a lot of money in this business. Just renovating the store in the port area is not a small amount. If you are unwilling to exchange money for me, this store will have to close, and I will lose all my money. You can also see how much water this store has every day. Why don't you buy the store and make this part of the money directly? Those people will never care about the money exchange store you opened. Even if they come to manage it, you can also say that you moved the mint to exchange money here. Besides, more and more sea merchants come to Athens, and owl coins are such a popular commodity. The business of the mint will surely grow bigger and bigger. You really need a decent storefront, right? And where else is more suitable than my bank?" Sophonesco was really tempted this time. Who would not be shocked after seeing that shop? Such a luxurious place can be used as a temple. How glorious it would be if it could be turned into one's own industry. And the profit of 5 or 6 minas every month. Is he really not tempted at all? How many rich people in Athens have such an income? The monthly profit of the mint is only a dozen minas. He couldn't help but ask, "How much do you want to sell it for?" Cerberus said, 1,500 drachmas. I rented it for 3 years. Sophonesco widened his eyes and said, 1,500 drachmas, rent for 3 years. Why don't you rob it? Question mark. Cerberus, I know you feel bad about losing this profitable business, but the price you offer should be more reliable. I might as well buy a house somewhere else for this price. Cerberus motioned him not to be so excited and said, I didn't make a random offer, Sophonesco. I can show you the cost list of the renovation. I won't say much about the facade, since you've seen it. You know the price of marble. I used only the best marble. I also built a cellar for storing money underground in the house. It's all made of huge stones and equipped with doors made of fine iron. It's absolutely safe. I can take you to have a look. I definitely didn't make a random offer. I just wanted to recover the cost. Sophonicus shook his head and said repeatedly, forget it. I can't afford to rent such an expensive facade. Cerberus said, or we can cooperate in another way. I won't charge you a penny in rent, and I can also let my people help you with the currency exchange, but the exchanged coins will be charged a 10% casting fee as compensation. Sophonicus suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Cerberus as if he didn't know him. He finally understood that the little boy in front of him was not young and ignorant and wanted to sell the store to recover some of the costs after failing, but wanted to take advantage of the situation to get all the agency rights of Owlcoin. This 8-year-old child is greedier than many adults, and he even wants to grab the business of the mint. Chapter 75, Greed, Part 2, Fixed Loopholes. Sophonicus said sincerely, Cerberus, you will definitely be a great businessman when you grow up. You even want to steal my business? Cerberus seemed puzzled and said, why do you say that, Sophonicus? It was obviously me who gave up 90% of the profits of the business. You don't spend a penny to get a gorgeous shop with the best location in the port area and 6 or 7 employees who don't need to be paid. Is there anything wrong with that? Sophonicus sneered, I will change the place where the mint exchanges money to yours and pay you 10% as a reward. Do I look like a fool, Cerberus? Do adults look like fools in the eyes of a smart child like you? Cerberus said calmly, so this is what you are angry about. Are you worried that, if the bank is named after the mint, your old customers will go directly to the bank to exchange owls? That is also easy to solve. Just make the bank's exchange rate consistent with other money changers. There were money changers before, but people who want to go to the mint to exchange money should still go to the mint, right? The bank will not affect the mint's business, but will only add a new way for you to make money. Sophonisco thought about it and found that this was indeed 100 benefits for him, but what profit would Cerberus get in this way? 90% of the profit belongs to him, and the rest is at most a few dozen drachmas, and he still has to pay the employees. He has invested so much, when can he recover the cost? Sophonisco asked doubtfully, it sounds good to me, but what good will it do to you, Cerberus? 90% of the profits belong to me, and after deducting the wages of the employees, how much will you have left? Are you working for me for nothing?" Cerberus smiled and said, "It's not working for nothing for me if I can support these employees. Of course, I also need your help. You know how big the turnover of this store is, and my capital is limited. In the future, our cooperation model is that I hope you will advance the principle for the exchange, and we will settle after the exchange is completed." After this long verbal confrontation, Sophonisco no longer dared to underestimate Cerberus. The conditions discussed before were all in his favor. He was not at ease at first, but Cerberus had a request, which made him feel more at ease. The Marcutulus family is no longer an unknown family in Athens, and Sophonisco is not afraid that his family will swallow up the principal and run away. The two talked about the details for a long time. After the discussion, they went to meet Gangula and signed a contract under the witness of the notary. The two sides officially began to cooperate. The next day, the Bank of Prato took down its sign and closed for a day. When its peers who were tripping it up were rejoicing, it reopened. After the sign was put back up, there was an extra line of words on it, "Athens Silver Coin Exchange," and a relief sign of 4 drachmas. Romulus was a Thracian merchant who sold cattle and horses. He took 10 horses to sea to sell. On his way back, he passed through Athens and stayed in an inn not far from the Bank of Prato in Piraeus port. He went to several city-states and sold horses for a good price. However, because he sold them in different countries, the currency he got was varied and of different qualities, making it difficult to calculate the price. On his way back, he originally wanted to use these currencies to buy some scarce goods and transport them back to Thrace to make another fortune. When he found owl coins in Athens, he immediately changed his mind and decided to exchange them all for owl coins. The exquisiteness of these coins could be used to make jewelry for women. He was sure that they would be very popular in Thrace. However, although he had a good plan, owl coins were not easy to exchange. He wanted to exchange too much. There were several money changers in the port area with limited capital. He exchanged all the owl coins in their hands, but only exchanged a small half. Someone told Romulus to go directly to the mint in the city to exchange, and he went there, but unfortunately, someone had just exchanged all the finished products in the mint. It took time to wait for the new coins to be minted, and there were several people's orders in front of him, so he had to queue up. The fleet that Romulus was going to take only stayed in Athens for 3 days, so he didn't have time to wait. Seeing that such a good business could not be done, Romulus was really unwilling. He spread the news in that he wanted to exchange owl coins at a high price. No matter who brought coins, or how much money they brought, he would exchange them, thinking that he could exchange as much as he could. After releasing this news, many people did come to him. All of them were small vendors nearby, and they came to exchange 3 or 5, or even 1 or 2 owl coins with him. But a little bit adds up to a lot, and after 2 days, he exchanged 200 or 300. However, the merchant ship will leave Athens tomorrow, and it is unlikely that all the coins will be exchanged as originally planned. When Romulus was regretting, the inn clerk who had received a lot of tips from him came running over and asked attentively, "Romulus, do you want to exchange more owl coins?" Romulus smiled and said, "Of course. Do you still have some?" The clerk said, "If I still have some, I would have exchanged them with you. It's the Pluto Bank. It's open again." Romulus was stunned. "Oh. Then I'll go and see it quickly. Thank you for telling me this news." After that, he casually gave him a tip of 2 owls, and hurriedly went out with the slave with the coins. The clerk tipped him and smiled. Romulus had just arrived in Athens on the day when the Pluto Bank opened, and he passed by the door of Plato when he checked in, but he was in a hurry to settle down that day, and did not go in to see what was going on inside. After he checked into the inn, he heard the clerk and the guests talking about the place, and he became curious and learned about the good business of owl coins. Unfortunately, when he went there the next day, he didn't know why the store was closed. Some merchants in the inn exchanged money there and came back to praise how luxurious the place was, how thoughtful the service was, and how strong the funds were. Romulus was sorry that he had missed a good opportunity, but when he heard the clerk say that it was open again today, he hurried over with the slaves with the remaining money. He was not the only guest in the inn. He had exchanged all the owl coins in the port of Piraeus in the past 2 days. Other merchants had nowhere to exchange, so they rushed over when they heard the news. Everyone in the store knew that he had a lot of money, and they were afraid that, if they went too late, the owl coins in the bank would be exchanged by him. Romulus and his slave walked into the Pluto bank. A 12 or 13-year-old boy wearing a short linen coat and an oval copper badge with the initials of Pluto and the silhouette of a goddess on his chest came up to greet him enthusiastically and asked him what business he wanted to handle. Romulus replied that he wanted to exchange coins. The boy led them to the seat and asked him to sit down and wait for a while because there were still several people in line in front. Fearing that they would be bored waiting, the boy also thoughtfully poured a glass of light wine for each of them and told him that it was free. Romulus sipped the wine and looked at the situation in the store. This is a shop as big as a large living room, with black and white marble paving the floor and beautiful mosaic patterns. The tall stone counter, the shorter guests had to tiptoe to stand in front of the counter. I don't know why, the chairs for guests to rest while waiting are not wooden furniture, but stone. Although they are all covered with beautiful soft cushions and are quite comfortable, they still look a bit strange to Romulus. 5 or 6 young men were walking back and forth in the hall, serving the guests. In an inconspicuous corner, 3 or 4 strong adults were standing, also wearing the emblems of Prato. They had weapons on their waists and looked alert, so they must be guards. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.